Hi, it's Twi. Hope you guys are doing wonderful. Happy Wednesday. Today, we're gonna be picking up the Terraria playthrough from last time. Let me get a gauge. Yeah, my sound should be more balanced. Music's too quiet. That seems reasonable. Maybe a little bit more music volume. Okay. Cool. I did some playing off camera since the last time that we had stream. Hello, Robe. Welcome. I went off and I did some off-camera mining, as we say. Mostly not anything too crazy, but I got the vampire frog staff since I needed a better weapon than the imp staff for the wall of flesh, and I think this might be situationally better. I'm not sure. I still need to make it, but I did some herb farming and a bunch of fishing so we can make better potions, be a bit stronger. I also went ahead and made our hell bridge a lot longer. This is all, of course, in hopes that I can successfully get us into hard mode without too much of a hitch here today. There's a couple other things that I hadn't thought about that I was looking at before stream. One of them is, I didn't know about this, there's another whip called the Spinal Tap that is stronger than the Star Crash. Won't have the secondary effect, but interesting. I feel like the whip sound effects are a little bit loud. I'm gonna turn that down. This one goes faster, and it comes out to about here. This one is slower, but it goes further. Okay. And the damage is higher. I'm probably going to switch to this then. So we will have frogs today. Yippee! I guess let's go ahead and start crafting up some stuff. Did I already make seafood dinners out of the fish that I didn't care about? I did. Nice. I also stumbled into a cool quality of life upgrade I didn't notice before. Check this out. If I go over to where my herbs are being farmed and I use the Staff of Regrowth here, it automatically replants the seed while harvesting it for you, which is so convenient. I love that. That is super nice. I did not know about that feature beforehand, but very cool. So yeah, we're gonna do some potion making here. Let me try and remember what all I need. Honestly, I might not have enough of certain things. It's been a while since I've thought about how to make some of these. I probably need more cactus. We'll need we will also need some, what's the thing I'm thinking of? I was gonna say iron ore, but I got it on me already. Let me get to my axe. Oh my god, dude. I always forget how fast you can run now. Excuse me. Dude, the run speed is actually so insane with the new thing. What is this thing called again? Magiluminescence. That is a mouthful. It is also insane. Okay, now we've got plenty. Let's see. What potions can I make? With what I've got on me, we've got Rage Potion. Oh, this uses death root. Is that what that's called? Death weed. Summoning potion, I've got the stuff for. Okay, so it looks like mostly I've got everything I wanted to make here. Hopefully we just get lucky with the death weed and we can make more than 8. We get 9. It's not bad. I guess I'll just make 9 of everything then. There we go. We can put the fish back away. Take one of each potion. And I guess I would like to reforge some of my accessories. Sup, Fiel? Fiel. Vampire frog staff. We got 4 platinum almost. In this economy, we are ballin'. For now, we haven't actually done any reforging yet, but ill-tempered, that is not good. Eager. Whoa, these are like new. I didn't even know that armor penetration is a reforge that exists. That must be new. Okay, we're getting scanned. Unpleasant. Yeah, that's probably good enough. Savage. Ooh, I like that. Extra size, extra damage, extra knockback, extra everything. Delicious. The other thing that I wanted is apparently there is an accessory I can buy from the witch doctor at nighttime, I believe, which would be pretty good. It'll give me an extra summon, so that's more damage. And I guess I would replace the royal gel, probably. That seems like a reasonable decision. Hello, Sierra. Welcome. We'll do a little sleeping in game. I'm glad I don't feel sleepy today. I just had a shower. Feel good. I was honestly like a couple days into the, oh, I should probably shower today, and then just being lazy and not doing it. But after a while, it starts to feel like my hair just gets too knotted and like frazzled. I feel like I have to. I was kind of thinking about it because last time I saw my mom, she was telling me about how she showed a picture of me to like some of her friends or whatever, and they were all talking about my hair, and she was like, yup, and he takes good care of it too. And I'm just sitting there like flattered, nodding, knowing that I do like the bare minimum for my hair. It's like, oh no, don't give me a reputation to live up to. This is not what I'm built for. But, you know, it's passing, apparently. Oh my gosh. 18 gold. That's an expensive accessory. Hopefully rerolling this isn't so expensive. Let's see. What are we looking at? Oh my, it's so expensive. Oh, menacing. Thank you. We are chilling. So now I can get 5? 1 frog. 2 frog. 3 frog. 4 frog. 5 frogs. Shoo! Look at the boys. Look at the lads. They're so cute. Oh my god. Look at them flying. Whee! I love that they always stand behind you. Like if I turn around, I literally cannot face the frogs. They will automatically form a little conga line behind me. They're so cute. Being a summoner is so whimsical. How have I never done a summoner playthrough until now, man? This is the most whimsical class of all time ever. Okay. Let me not forget my well-fed buff as well. Definitely want to have that on board. We're going to have a little boss fight here in just a moment. The final boss of pre-hard mode is the Wall of Flesh. And he's going to be the Wall of Dead in a moment because I'm going to end his whole career. Yo, whenever I hear whip sound effects like this, it makes me think of Johnny Test. Which I was laughing about because I haven't thought about Johnny Test in a minute. But recently, I've been seeing so many of those "y'all know I'm Canada down" tweets with people just talking about Canadian stuff, and there are people talking about Teletoon, and I'm like, oh my god, bro. Throwback. Johnny Test wasn't bad, though. I liked Johnny Test. There was definitely worse that I watched growing up. Okay, Wall of Flesh. Let's do this. Bang. I'm ready. I'm buffed out. I got my frogs. They're stuck under the platform. No, my boys. Or maybe they're tactically under the platform. Okay, they are making quick work of the Hungries, though. This is going good. I like this. Look at them go. That little bit of extra range really helps to land hits on the eyes as well. I'm getting hit a decent amount, but also like my HP is still pretty good. I got heals ready to go. I'll probably use one here. So far, so good. Okay, we got everything kind of cleared out now. Now it's easier to just get a clean shot. Oh my god, look at the damage they do when I've got like an easy lineup on the eyes. Those Hungries do a lot of damage though. I do gotta be careful. Can I heal again? I can. Might want to do that. Probably should, yeah. Oh, I'm taking a lot of damage. I might have to run a little further to try and not get hit as much. Ah! Come on, it's almost dead. Two seconds to heal. Oh! Okay, get in there. Oh, no, so stupid. Wait, why did I think it was way lower than 2.5 thousand? Okay, well, it's winnable. It's tricky, though. This fight is a lot harder than with some of the other classes, because I feel like you have to get closer than you reasonably can. It's tough. I thought that was gonna be a walk in the park. Dude, that is so satisfying. Oh my god. Just harvesting a bunch of plants and having like the little autoplay sound. I love that. Okay. Well, that was bad. Since I used my last guide voodoo doll, which is really annoying. But I think there's a weird workaround that exists now. I've got to check. I'm not sure, but we're going to try something because from what I know, they added hell pylons, which to me implies the ability to create houses in hell for NPCs, which I think you can do. And so the idea is simple. We just, instead of getting the guide voodoo doll, we just actually put the guide down here, and then we drop him in the lava. And with the long live the king. Send him off. I'll make him like a really tall, narrow box of dirt. Get a little table, a little chair, you know. Professionals have standards, you know. Give him a little light. Make him some walls. We gotta make it cozy. We gotta make it roomy in here. Oh, there's actually a guide voodoo doll right over there that I could go get as well, though. That's funny. Is this valid housing? It is, apparently. Oh my god, my frogs are stuck. They do get stuck rather easily. There they go. Okay, well, we have acquired another guide voodoo doll successfully. In the meantime, is there anything else that I can do to make this fight easier? Because I'm bad. I had a lot of bridge left, actually. I thought that I was really close to the edge. I had a fair ways left to run. Maybe I just need to chill. Also, maybe I don't need so much run speed. Like, this is very convenient in the overworld, but I might rather have a dodge chance instead during the fight. Menacing as well. It's extra damage. Oh my, I feel so slow without it, though. You're telling me this was what going fast in Terraria felt like until the new update? Look at this. Look at the difference, bro. It's ridiculous. It's actually insane. It's actually such an insane accessory. I think since the Wall of Flesh is a side-scroller, you can actually argue for doing it this way, but oh my god. Alright, well, we've got the guide back, which means it's time to send it back down there and hopefully win this time. We've got 5 frogs. And I forgot that that's not even including the summoning potion. So we're actually going to have 6 frogs. And this cute little fish that I caught in the ocean. Zephyrfish. Always a classic Terraria pet. Flex your fishing. Still go pretty fast. You know, I was complaining about not having the Magiluminescence on and how slow it felt, but in an absence of comparison, this doesn't feel so bad, actually, after all. So let's buff. Let's get another frog. 6 frogs! Sheesh! And then let's send the guide down. Alright, round 2. Here we go. This time I don't need to be as skillful because I've got a dodge chance. So I can simply get lucky. My favorite. Yeah, I wasn't the most lucky with the Ballistro yesterday, so this time around, we'll just be luckier. I was saving my luck. Oh, I did play a little bit of Ballistro earlier today. Played some ranked. By some, I mean one game. They added a new, like, pick ban system that I kind of like. Instead of, like, making it very easy to just pick the exact same, like, difficulty setup every game. You get, like, 7 randomized ones within certain parameters, and then you, like, collectively ban and vote until you get it picked, which I think is good. It promotes, like, playing a variety of different decks and difficulties and stuff, which I think is kind of fun. So far, we're doing pretty alright. The frogs are doing their thing, and I'm doing mine. I think most importantly, the lasers don't hit too hard. I just need to not get hit by too much of this other stuff, and we'll be okay. Nice dodge, thank you. 134 damage, like those hungries be hitting, bro, my god. Kinda need the frogs to put some more damage down right now. $150 damage, that is insane. Oh, that was a risky maneuver, but it paid off. Like, look, I'm doing 0 damage right now. This is a problem. I need to get in closer, but it's very hard. We need to melt all of this stuff at the front here, so we can actually hit. Here we go. Here we go. Now we're getting in. We're getting somewhere now. Oh, I ran out of bridge. Oh no. It's so cooked. Oh! Yeah. Do I have enough bridge? I really thought this was gonna be so, like, fine with the longer bridge, with the potions, with the better weapon. And yet, like, I don't know if I'm good, Loki. I actually don't know. It feels hard. This is a tough boss fight to win. I am surprised. Wall of Flesh got hands when you're playing Summoner. It really just doesn't feel like the damage is that good. I mean, the main problem is the range, right? Like every other class, there's at least one weapon that lets you hit hard without getting close. But the problem with the summon weapons in pre-hard mode is that they get distracted. They're just like me, for real, for real. They're just a bunch of little guys that have a hard time focusing on the main target. And so, along the way, they get distracted, and I have to walk straight into all of the danger in order to get some damage down. Because, like, once the little frogs actually get on him, they do decently good damage. It's just a matter of actually getting the frogs to attack the wall and not just, like, all the stuff in front of it or get stuck. Oh my... Dude, I'm just trying to get back on my platform, please. I'm getting jumped by so many enemies. Oh my, I'm just trying to build my bridge, man, please. Can a boy work construction in peace? Oh my god, not the hungry. I already lost the fight, man, please. Dude, there's so many enemies. On top of me as well is insane. I'm just trying to build my bridge, man. Yo, Victor, what's up? The whip is crazy. I was saying before, I feel like the only other time that I've heard such a cartoonish whip sound effect is Johnny Test, bro. Maybe Terraria is secretly super Canada down. Long before it was cool to be Canada down when they added the whips. Bro, I've been loving seeing the Canada down posts because some of the stuff is legitimately stuff that I haven't thought about in so long. Like, I don't remember the brand names, but like, you know, the like little math textbook with the owl on it? or like the geography handbooks. I kept seeing a bunch of school ones. There was even something about like the little plastic folders that we used in school that people were posting with the caption. I can't remember if it's because they were calling them like dossiers or whatever, or if it was something else. I feel like there's a different word for it that I'm forgetting. Maybe I'm fake Canada down, because I always just think of it as a folder. Like, I still... Maybe when I was younger, I was familiar with using a different word. They have some sort of weird name, yeah. I don't remember exactly what it was. But it was funny seeing different stuff, like, I was looking at some of the posts that were mentioning, like, different stores and stuff, and obviously a couple people put Dollarama, because Dollarama is the most Canada down place ever to just go and get some snacks or something on the cheap. But something that I found interesting that I never really thought about is how the dollar store has so many knockoff chocolates. Like, I like to get the little island bar one where it's like a cheap bounty. Like the coconut one. Because, you know, they're like, it's almost as good and it's way, way cheaper. They're like 60 cents or something, right? Duotang, that's the word, by the way. Thank you. Oh my god, I haven't heard the word duotang in so long. But, what I didn't realize about, like, the little off-brand stuff from the dollar store is there's, like, a whole collection of off-brand regular chocolate bars. Like, they have an off-brand Twix that I never even put together the one. I think it's called Duet. I never even put together that it was supposed to be a Twix knockoff, but I mean, it makes sense when I say it now. Or I think they had like a Mars knockoff and like a Snickers knockoff. They had like a whole bunch of them. And I knew that they had a couple other cheap ones. I just never realized that they were also knockoffs. Okay, surely with this large an extension to the Hell Bridge, we will win the next round. Maybe this time I'll go right to left. Maybe the problem is that I've been starting on the left side. Oh, but I have to run so much further if I start on the right. Never mind. I also got a Demon Scythe, which is kind of a crazy drop. Not playing Magic, but if I was, that would be really nice. Let's go ahead and plant some more plants, because I can. Oh, Blood Moon, that's scary. Oh, at least I can harvest these now, though. That's nice. Yeah, I was thinking I could do a little bit more prep anyway. I was going to campfire my Hell Bridge. I feel like that could be a nice way to just really make sure that I win the next attempt. Just make like 1 billion campfires, go all the way down. And with that, if I still die, then I'm just like terrible, but that's okay. I don't want to pick up the hearts. Oh, but actually, wait, if I can just go over. Okay, like this. There we go. I gotta save them. Yeah, it's just been, like, I don't know. It feels so weird to see a really, really viral trend of just being Canadian. Like, just posting Canada things. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before, actually. I kind of wonder why. Why have we not had like a super viral Canada moment before? It's really funny because you can always tell like which people posting under the trend are like really reaching deep into the Canadian experience and which ones are just like the most forced. Like you'll see it'll be like, y'all know I'm Canada down, and they'll post like little picture of somebody making taffy in the snow or like a bottle of maple syrup, and it's like, I mean, you're not entirely wrong, but you're like Canada middle. I don't know about down, like. Yeah, I heard about that as well. It was Tate McRae being in a U.S. Olympic ad. I wonder. I mean, to be honest, I actually didn't even know that she was Canadian until that. I think she's from Alberta or something, is what people were saying. But I had no idea. I would have assumed that she was American before. I honestly don't know like anything really about Tate McRae other than I know Greedy, and that's a good song, and that's about all I know. That's my whole impression outside of now seeing everyone spamming y'all know I'm Canada down, which is fire. Like that's such I feel like that is not something I would really expect out of somebody from the West Coast to say either. Like, I feel like saying y'all is, like, pretty popular either way. But Canada down, to me, feels like something I would expect is more like city lingo. I mean, that's not to say that all of the West Coast is, like, boonies, but... Don't think you're missing much? Yeah, I mean, probably not. Alright. Oh, I didn't grab buffs. I was gonna say we could do the fight now, but... Okay, it's actually good that I'm not fighting immediately, though, because spawning into the Blood Moon on hard mode sounds like death. I do not want that. Boop. Boop. This. Another frog. I guess we can do a little farming. Bet her music goes crazy if you're a teenage girl. I mean, 100%. That music already banged. Yo, wait. That is new with the lightning. You see that? You can like see where it's gonna strike. And then there's like a huge lightning bolt. Wait, that's kind of sick. That is new. I don't even think that you actually could get hit by lightning before this. I think like it was literally just a sound effect that would play when it rains sometimes. It's kind of a jump scare, honestly. I don't notice where it's gonna strike most of the time, and then it just pops up. It's a bit of a jump scare, but it's cool. Oh, it hits enemies! Wait, it hits enemies sometimes. That's kind of sick. Like, it was literally target locked. We got... Oh, wait, shark tooth necklace. That's good. Maybe I should use that. That would definitely help my damage. Right behind me, isn't it? Ah, lightning, actually. Oh my god, dude. You know what this, like, lightning jump scare is reminding me of, actually? I was dying yesterday. My friend Nahi decided to try Osu for the first time on stream because I made a map of one of her song covers. And she was playing on the newer client. And I found out about a mechanic that I have no idea how I hadn't heard of before because it's so ridiculous. They added something called star fountains, which is basically when you get to like the chorus part of a song or something, it makes this giant, really loud splashing sound. Like a bunch of stars appear. It's like, and there's like a bunch of stars that come up on screen. It was a huge jump scare. It was really loud. And so I spent like a few minutes trying to figure out how to turn it off because I felt bad that she kept getting jump scared by it. I didn't even know the feature existed because I have it like just disabled on my skin or whatever. I haven't used the default one in so long. So we figured out where you turn it off in the gameplay settings. But funnily enough, it still plays the like star fountain thing when you're in the song select menu, and because they only made it toggleable in the gameplay settings, you literally can't turn it off. The only fix is to change to a skin that has an empty MP3 on the sound effect for it. It's the only way to make it not just go while it's auto playing your music, which is insane. I have no idea how you wouldn't think to at least make it toggleable off. And, yo, I say it like it's some oversight on the new client. But when I looked it up, the reason I found it is because there's a year-old thread about the exact problem. And I guess they just never felt like actually doing anything about that. Which I think is insane. I have no idea why you would assume that somebody would want it turned on during song select if they wanted it off during gameplay. But there's a lot of like really weird finicky stuff about the newer client. Like for a while I was playing on the newer Osu client, and then after a while I ended up going back to the old one, and I kind of like it. Maybe some of it's nostalgia, but genuinely in some ways it feels like it runs better on the old version. They really do just be vibe coding it. Dude, in terms of like older gaming stuff as well, you know what I'm like hella excited about? Yesterday, I managed to mod my Wii U. I'm so glad. I was really scared that I was gonna brick my system. But I successfully got it. Unfortunately, I haven't actually been able to play it yet, because the whole reason I wanted to do it was so that I could, it was because I want to play Mario Kart. And like people made Mario Kart Wii have custom servers, and they added like a bunch of custom tracks in the same style as well. And I saw that, and I really wanted to try it because it's actually the highest player base that Mario Kart Wii has had since Nintendo Online for the Wii went down like a billion years ago. It's crazy to me that that game still has active player base, but it's also awesome because it's the coolest Mario Kart. And so I got it working. I got the mods up and running, but unfortunately for me, I need to get an Ethernet dongle for my Wii, which is supposed to come tomorrow. So I'm excited about that. I can try it very soon. But it was like such a weird problem, basically because it doesn't feel like it, but because the Wii is so old, you either have to switch your Wi-Fi router settings to like use a really old type of like internet processing. I don't really know how to describe it. I don't know the technical aspects of it. But you have to make your Wi-Fi process the same way it did like over a decade ago, because it can't handle the like mixed connection signal that you normally use nowadays. Or alternatively, you have to get Ethernet that specifically uses like one exact chipset for the Wii U, because they only made it support like one kind of chipset. I'm assuming they had some sort of official peripheral at some point. But I have Ethernet for my Switch, but I can't run the one that I use with my Switch with the Wii U because the chipset isn't compatible. So I had to go. I mean, it wasn't really that expensive, luckily. It only costs like $15 or something. It's not a big deal, but in some ways it's kind of good that I have to get the Ethernet, because now I'm going to get to play with Ethernet. Like my Wi-Fi would have been so bad because we put the router like out in the living room. So my connection would have been terrible if I was playing on Wi-Fi, but this way I get to at least have good connection. Going better so far. Doing good. Keeping close. Damage is good. Oh! 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 There we go. Dude, I thought it was over. I thought I died, but we live. Successfully into hard mode. There we go. That took a lot more tries than I thought it would. But we made it. Yippee! Alright, boom. Demon Heart, we get the wrong emblem. Oh, wait, we actually got the lash immediately as well. That's so convenient. That is extremely convenient. Bless. I forgot that this was even like a thing. Oh. Not enough villagers near pylon to access? What? No. Why? My ice biome got hit with the crimson, so I don't have my NPCs there anymore. Wait, what do I even do about that? It's like everywhere. Oh my. I have to make a new snow house. Not just IPv4? No. Let me see. There was a Reddit thread that explained it. Let me see. Ethernet adapters working with Wii U. Where was this? There was somebody that explained the... Okay, wait, no, it was the other Reddit thread. Reddit, Wii U, Wi-Fi. Or I guess it's like the VWii aspect of it, like the virtual re... Okay, here we are. Wii software wants 802.11 BG speed from the router. Basically like a legacy mode or up to 54 megabits per second on the router. Like something about how it encodes it is like only compatible with very old Wi-Fi encoding. Which, to be fair, maybe there was a good reason to do it like that in the olden times. I'm sure they had some sort of motive for it. Because cheaper, probably, yeah. Okay, let's go down here. I also heard you can do this, and it will, like, reforge? Is that true? No. Okay, that's not true. I think there is some way to reforge with the shimmer. It's just not whatever I just did. Let's get our summoner emblem. There we go. Clean. Yeah, it's been kind of a hassle to get set up, but all in all, it's been kind of interesting as well, I suppose. I definitely haven't minded it. I will say the card reader that they use on the Wii U, like, sorry, when I say the card reader, I mean like the SD card reader, right? Which, oh my god, SD cards as well, dude. I haven't had to think about using an SD card in so long. Like, my PC doesn't have an SD card reader, so I had to do all the porting of everything on my, like, really cheap old Dell laptop. It took literally hours to write my backup when I was doing the modding stuff for my Wii. But I was getting through very slowly, and I had to do so many restarts just because it would constantly not read the SD card properly. And it was so random. Like, I could not pinpoint what it was. You know, I just kind of take it out and with a blow as hard as you can into the slot and then hope that it works. SD cards aren't too bad. Still big with cameras. I guess I could see that, actually. It's probably pretty convenient, like, size to storage ratio for a camera. You can just put it in and then port everything over. That wouldn't surprise me at all, yeah. I'm just thinking in like a gaming context. I haven't had to think about an SD card in a while. I guess like my Switch has an SD card still. But like doing something where you're actually writing onto an SD card yourself, I suppose, is where it's really been a while. All the sizes fit in the same format. Oh, that's pretty convenient. That's true, I guess, yeah. Unless you're doing like micro SD, then it's otherwise the same. Okay, so I need a new house here for the mechanic and the goblin, since the old one is now in the crimson part of my ice biome. Just how like far spread is it? It is, you can see it here, which is kind of bad. Probably hesitant to go for, ooh, wait, I can maybe actually get this. Come on. Why are all my frogs just sitting up there? Get down there. Go get them. Sick 'em. Go, frogs. I feel like I'm gonna have to get closer. Small ones can be put in an adapter when you need to throw them in the good old PC. Camera still uses one, yeah. That's what I was thinking, is like, I was hoping that we would have like an SD, like a USB to SD card adapter that I could use to write on, but we didn't. So instead of going and buying one, it was like, all right, well, I guess I will simply just take my old laptop and thug it out, which did work, you know, so cannot complain. I did, in fact, manage to get everything onto there that I wanted to, so. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if even like newer laptops tend to still put the SD card slot on, but my laptop is extremely old, so no surprises there. I bought like a really, really cheap old used Dell laptop, because the only thing that I actually do on that laptop usually is when I'm recording stuff in my vocal booth, since I can't access my PC from in there, I just like TeamViewer my computer onto the laptop, and then I use my foot to press the record button with the laptop so that I can do my recordings. Initially, the plan was to actually record with the laptop and then port the vocals over to my PC for mixing. But the problem is that it's the like processing power of that laptop is so bad that it starts like distorting the vocals. There's like artifacting and stuff just because it can't handle recording too many tracks. So I was like, well, I guess I'll have to just like TeamViewer or something, man. Like, I don't know what else I could do at this point. And I've been using that setup for like almost 2 years. It works. If it works, it works, you know. We take those. almost through this. I better get an ice feather for this, for my hassle here. Come on. Dime me up. Oh, I did! Wait, this game loves me. That's so nice. I can't believe I actually got an ice feather. Bless. Okay. What was I doing? Snow house. It's gonna be really small and ugly, but it's because I want to keep it as close to the edge of the biome as possible in hopes that it won't get, like, spread. The corruption won't spread into it. That's what I'm hoping for. Yeah, it was a kind of fun throwback to set up the Wii U stuff. And I think that having it modded now as well is just going to be like a nice option for me anyway. I'm glad to have the choice if I want to do anything with that. Maybe there's some other old games that would be cool to mod. Maybe there's other stuff. We'll see. It was kind of making me think about busting out my 3DS at some point too, because I also have my 3DS still. Although I don't have a charger for it anymore, I don't think. I have to figure out what I'm doing for getting a charger. Oh my god, dude. The like Northern Lights background is so pretty. Dude, look at that! That is gorgeous! Oh my god. Dude, the background looks so nice. I'm gonna take the fireplace from here as well. We gotta make their new home cozy. Okay, now we've got a pylon here. It's usable. Move the table and chair over just enough. I don't think I can fit the fireplace. What if I do this? Boom, fireplace. Okay, I don't know that I have long here. So give me something I can work with. Better than pointy. Murderous. Okay, sure. Summoner emblem. Angry. That'll do. Anything I need from the mechanic? I don't think so. Okay, let's return back to home where I feel safe. Gorgeous. Yems. Yes, sir. I have 2 vanity charm chests? Bro. Okay, this will be our hard mode chest. Or we put hard mode materials and stuff. Also, let's get my healing potions like the regular ones. I believe, if memory serves correctly, that I set up a nifty little farming spot to farm spiders in the underground. So let's go and check that out. We can use the imp staff again. Oh, this got hollowed? That's interesting. Only down there, though. Oh, no, look. My spider area is hollowed. The only thing is, I don't know that we're actually seeing any spiders here. I really tried. I got the walls that are supposed to allow hostile mobs to spawn, and yet, where are my spider spawns at, man? I don't see them. Said there's a hollowed mimic somewhere to the right, which, I mean, that's of interest, but pretty scary though. I don't know that I could beat that. Ouch. Where's the wizard? It says bound wizard. Where he at though? Gone. Yeah, I was kind of... Okay, it can spawn spiders. Okay, cool. I was kind of reminiscing when I was thinking about my 3DS, actually. Because in hindsight, what I did with my DS was absolutely insane. Back in the day, this is a really long time ago, like almost a decade ago, I remember I wanted a capture card so I could make YouTube videos with my 3DS, right? And what I did, from what I remember anyway, is there was a website, and I don't think it was like a company. I think it was just a guy that had his own website for this. Had instructions to pay him, mail him your 3DS, and then he would mail it back with the capture card installed. And so that's what I know that what I did is I got the capture card installed by paying some guy off of like a random website and then mailing my DS to him, just YOLO. And then it came back with the capture card. But in hindsight, that does seem like an extremely insane thing to do. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it was more reputable than I'm remembering. I don't feel like it was, though. I think I was just really, really wanting it. And I full sent it, and it worked. Look, it's only stupid if you actually get scammed, right? Oh. Gaming. Oh my god. It's a geyser trap. Cheeky. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm in my Nintendo like Renaissance era right now. I'm enjoying old Nintendo stuff again. Which, to be fair, part of it is probably just that the new Nintendo stuff is so unaffordable. Like, it's not like I'm not interested in a Switch 2, for example. But, like, a Switch 2 in this economy, bro? Nah, like, I can't justify that. So, instead, we bust out the Wii, we bust out the DS, and we return to the good old days. But it's also kind of nice, because I don't know, I feel like a lot of modern games that, like games that are actually like made nowadays, not just old stuff that gets updated or maintained still. I feel like a lot of newer games, they feel a little bit more like they're trying to get you to play all the time, or there's more microtransactions, or there's DLC for everything. It feels more overstimulating, right? I think indie games are an exception to this, but a lot of like larger scale gaming companies nowadays, they want you to be paying extra with one of your attention or like extra like smaller purchases for different various random stuff. It's hard to just find a game where you just buy it and then play it. You know what I mean? It's like a nice, simple experience. Oh! Oh wait, I don't actually need poison staff. Why am I going down here? I don't know. Hollowed mimic somewhere. I don't think I care. Probably can't even actually win that fight right now. Ouch. It is daytime on the surface, so sometime soon here we could try and get a start on making our wings. It's awkward. Am I supposed to get the loot for that? He died like in the middle of the lava. I don't particularly have a lot of money on me, so even though I'm almost dead, we can still just stay down here. I'm surprised I haven't died yet. For how long we've been in like these underground caverns, we're surviving pretty well. Yeah, I remember I was also laughing when I was setting up the my Wii yesterday, because while I was watching Nahi trying out Osu for the first time, she happened to put on a song called Wii Date. I think the artist was City Girl. I've actually never even heard of their music before, but she was playing some songs by an artist called City Girl, and one of them was called Wii Date. It was so fire, bro. I'm trying to remember like what the chorus was like. It was something like, we can make it a Wii date. I'ma fuck you up at bowling, and you know that I was like, you know that we play, trying to find a look-alike, something like. There was like a we play reference in the lyrics. It was so 2000s core. I was like, oh my god, this is brilliant. Like the we play reference, that is elite ball knowledge. I was dying because I've been wanting to play Wii Play for so long, dude. I need to get my hands on that game and find somebody who's willing to boot it up with me for the first time in God knows how long, because I actually really liked that game. That was one of my favorite Wii games. Is the Mimic somewhere? I do want to get that. Where? Ah, there it is. Hollowed Mimic, I don't know that I can fight, but a regular Mimic, we should be able to take that. No, why does it always fall in the lava, though? Just make it as annoying as possible for me to collect my loot. Another poison staff is insane. Oh my god. Oh! That was close. Philosopher's Stone? That's not bad. What about the money? Where's the money? No money? Does money burn? Like you can't drop it in lava? That sucks. Yeah, like I'm saying, bro, I am waiting for the day that I can do like a VTuber off collab where we just play We Play or some bullshit. That sounds so fun. I just know that would be such a hype stream. We Play is just so classic, dude. Party game staple. Okay, how many spider fangs do I actually need here? Let me take a quick look. So for the armor, I need 36. And then for the spider staff, I need 16. So 36 plus 16 is 52. Means I'm like halfway? Not quite. Oh boy. It's okay. Just taking my time. I think I can probably wander around a little bit more aggressively than I have been. Find more. Yeah, I also thought it was funny. I don't know if it's for better or for worse, but Nahi... I feel like Nahi doesn't usually send me stuff of her gaming. Which maybe is just because I don't play some of like the gachas that she does. I don't know. But she sent me an Osu score unprompted today. After yesterday being like, I shouldn't play too much because, you know, I got like RSI and I have to do a drawing stream tomorrow. She's like, you know, I can't play this that much. You know, I gotta pick a struggle. And I was like, yes, 100%. I'm also team pick a struggle. And lucky for me, I don't draw, so... Then she sent me a score today. I was like, uh-oh. I hope that I don't cause the start of Nahi Rhythm Gamer arc and it messes up her hand or something. But I'm also glad that she was enjoying it, you know. It was a very unexpected arc for me. Because truthfully, I like to map stuff on Osu sometimes anyway. It's just kind of fun. It's a way to get music that you like into the game. And you get a lot more control. You know, if there's like a kind of map that you just feel like you don't see that much, you just make it yourself, right? Is the way that I think about it. Usually I'm too lazy to actually finish anything, but Nahi Unprompted made fan art of me, and I was like, well, this is so sweet, but I don't know how I'm supposed to, like, repay this sentiment, repay this feeling, because I suck at drawing. Like, I can't just make a fan art back, you know what I mean? And it doesn't feel like the right approach to do something music related either to me, because, you know, I can't just like somehow magically acquire Nahi vocals and be like, oh, I mixed a cover for you or something, you know, like I can't. And if I asked, it's not like, you know, I would get them. It would be like, oh, you don't have to, you know, it's okay. I just wanted to do this, you know, because I just felt like drawing it. It's like, you know, exactly, right? You're not gonna get to do something. I wanted to have some sort of surprise factor artistically that I could hit back with, so I could feel somewhat even. I was like, I can't do anything that's like truly even, but I could try, right? The sentiment can be there. And the best thing I could think of was like, you know, it'd be really funny. What if I made a map of one of Nahi's covers? But it was also out of a legitimate like idea, because I was listening to her cover of Goth Girl, which is a really good cover. I like it a lot. I feel like it really suits her voice. And I was just immediately, I could imagine exactly what it would look like in the rhythm game. Like, I could just see the map in my head from the audio. I was like, oh, this is perfect. I should make this. And then I did. And then I saw, like, out of nowhere, she added an Osu stream to her schedule. So I was like, oh, snap. Well, I gotta make like an easy difficulty so she can actually like play it and appreciate it. Instead of just getting boomed by the one that I made for me, right? And I might have genuinely started something as a result of me just trying to do some goofy little surprise as a thank you for the fan art. Which is very fun. Oh, yo, I'm like pogo bouncing on this thing down my elevator. Wait, that's fun. Oh, my painter died. That's okay. I didn't need the painter anyway. Just notice that the golfer attacks with a golf ball. He just putts it and it has like pierce damage. It's kind of sick. Okay, we are at 44 spider fangs out of 56. Pretty close now. We are getting there. Yeah, seeing Nahi play made me want to play earlier, which is kind of not good. I did procrastinate a decent little bit today as a result. I have some stuff that I really should have made better progress on. And the worst part is, a lot of my Osu session earlier is I really wanted to get rank 1 on a certain map, and I got rank 2. I got so close, and then I tried to fix it. I had a run with the accuracy with the score to get me rank 1. Except I missed like 10 combo from the ending, so it didn't beat my full combo. I was so sad. I was like right there, dude. Maybe I'll end up fixing it another time. I don't know. But it was still a fun session regardless, even if I didn't actually get number 1 on the map. I'll get another number 1 soon-ish, maybe. Possibly at some point. Oh my, yo! Archer does some damage, man. Holy. Okay, I need like 1, maybe 2 more spiders. And then we'll be chilling. I feel like we've had such whimsical pets thus far. Well, I say pets. Summons. But they really do feel kind of like just also pets in some ways. Spider might be the first deviation, but I don't know. Like, they're kind of cute little spiders. Like, the spider staff is not nearly as, like, spooky looking as, like, the spider enemies that you have to kill to get it. In my opinion. Plus, like, I don't know, spiders... I'm not saying I like spiders, okay? I think you'd be hard-pressed to find very many people that actively are a fan of spiders. But I don't think spiders are always really gross either. Like, I've seen some people keep tarantulas as pets, and they're kind of chill. Like, they just kind of walk around. They don't really do anything much. I don't know that I would call them cute. But I feel fairly neutrally about them in that sort of context. Alright, there we go. We got 3 poison staffs, which is insane. That's like a 1 in 50 drop, if I remember correctly. And we got 3 of them. Not that I need any of them, but... Got some solid amount of Souls of Light as well, which is wonderful. And I cannot yet craft my spider stuff because I need a mithril / orichalcum anvil, I believe. Unfortunately for me. So that is gonna be next on the menu, probably. I guess, yeah, I guess it's probably about time to go and smash some crimson altars. Maybe we go to this cave since it'll be... maybe I'll do the ones on the right, actually. I mean, I'll probably do both, now that I think about it. One of my friends has a few tarantulas. They're all named after My Hero characters. That's nice. I haven't actually seen My Hero, but I had a friend that really liked My Hero. I think. It was his profile picture, so I have to assume. I certainly have to assume that he was a big fan, but I suppose I don't, like, super know. Okay, so the aim of the game here is to get as many of these as I can before I get completely overrun with enemies. Oh, I think I'm already cooked. Low-key. Actually, it didn't take nearly as much as I thought. Stop spawning so many harplings! Literally any other mob. These guys are so annoying. Dude, my imps are just sitting in the wall. Lock in. I need you right now. Okay. Bro, where are more altars? There's like nowhere nearby where I can easily get at more. Let's go home. We got some on that side. Let's leave one on the desert side and then get the rest. This being hollowed is really nice. Although I am scared. Is this going to be like hollowed desert cave, practically speaking? Because if so, that's pretty dubious. Oh! Jump scared, bro. I thought it was going to be all hollowed, and then there's just a herpling, like, immediately. It hits me for, like, 150. Eesh. Okay. So this will be our, like, designated... for crafting crimson altar that we keep around. And then we'll go down and break the other ones. Dabi and Jiro, two of our favorite characters. Nice. That's nice. I honestly do feel like tarantulas are kind of sweet as pets, you know. I really like stuff like lizards and snakes and stuff like that, which I would say also fall into a category of pet that I will refer to as does nothing but sit there and looks cute. And I feel like tarantulas are kind of in that boat, you know what I mean? Like they're just kind of chilling. Has some snakes too. Ooh, what kind of snakes? If you know, if you don't, that's totally understandable. I remember I was really into snakes and I wanted us to get one. I think I was kind of interested in a ball python for a bit. But the main snake that I wanted, what's it called? It's something hog-nosed, I believe. But basically, it's like this really cute little snake where its nose is like a shovel and it digs with the nose. And they're like non-venomous, and you can just kind of like, they'll like bump you with the nose. They'll like boop you with it sometimes. And it's so cute. They're so cute. I love the little nose. Oh, is it actually just a hognose snake? I would not be surprised now that you mention it. Yeah. I love those guys. They're so cute. There's a railroad down here? I never went down here before. Okay, that's a big mithril vein, but I don't have a cobalt pickaxe yet, so I can't actually mine it. Then we got titanium, which I would consider better than adamantite. So Sweet. Pretty good world gen. This is jungle. I don't really want to do that, but I would like to break this. One of them is a Brazilian rainbow boa. I don't even know if I've ever seen one of those, actually. I'm not sure I know what that is. I might have to look that up. Rainbow sounds very cool, though. Blood python from Southeast Asia. They're super thick, stupid thick. I need to have like a little snake googling interlude here in a moment. Let me finish checking the contents of this railway so that I can feel safe. Oh, it's a second railroad. Okay, I'll tab really quick. Let me take a look. First, hognose snake. Yes, these guys are so cute. Oh, I really wish that I got a hognose snake. It was so cute. Blood python. Damn, yeah, that is thick. Oh my god. And then rainbow boa. Ooh, wait, that's pretty. I don't know why it's called rainbow. I guess like the way that it refracts like some of its scales gives like a kind of holographic effect. Okay, I can see it. Yeah, it's like kind of iridescent. It's a very cool snake. Very pretty. I really like snakes. I think that they look so cute. So if you find like the ones that are harmless, I think that they're really, really sick to have as pets. Especially because, like, they don't eat that much. They don't shit that much. Like, a snake is not that high maintenance, which would go a long way for somebody who's bad at taking care of stuff like me. Oh, man, there's Cobalt there when I died. What I ended up getting, because my mom was too scared of snakes. I don't know what the phobia of snakes is called, but whatever it is, snake phobia. Whatever the technical term for that would be, she got it. So ended up having to compromise. I ended up getting a lizard. I got a bearded dragon, and I did love her, but she was too difficult for me to take care of in a lot of ways. And also, I would have to say that keeping the environment inhabitable for a beardy meant having it be too dry for my own sort of necessities, like trying to do stuff like singing and like streaming and whatnot while keeping the humidity of your room at like 30% is just rough. It's just not great. Have to say, do not recommend. So we ended up rehoming my beardy, but she was very cute. I did like her a lot. They're also pretty hard to feed. Like, you gotta keep live insects around, which is kind of nasty. Wasn't a huge fan of doing that. Although, of course, when you have the responsibility, you do what you gotta do. Ophidiophobia, that's what it is. I haven't seen that word in a minute. I'm assuming that must be derivative of, well, I don't know, maybe in Latin, a snake is like an ophid or something. I have no idea. Let's see, I don't know how much cobalt I need exactly here. I've been seeing a lot of like big veins of mithril comparatively. So I'm kind of hoping that I'll just have enough cobalt that I can move on to mithril relatively quickly. I think with this I should have enough. Ophis is an ancient Greek word that means snake. Ah, okay, so it's Greek. Interesting. cobalt pickaxe acquired. Just sell this. Yeah, we gotta get mithril. Yeah, I think reptiles are really cool pets as well. I had a big reptile phase when I was younger. I feel like one day, I kind of would like having a pet again one day in the future. At the same time, I'm kind of bad at keeping animals and like tending to them fully, like to the extent that they deserve. So I'm kind of hesitant about it. I mean, obviously right now, I think I've got too much on my hands. I think for me, in a lot of ways, it'd be like, if I can ever get to a point where life mellows out, maybe I'm only working part-time, maybe at that point is like well in the future, maybe I'm living by myself, something like that. Maybe I get a dog because it kind of forces me to take care of it, you know what I mean? Like, you have to go for walks. It kind of makes you go outside, be more attentive. And I would be a little bit less hands full anyway. I think from like almost like a hobby standpoint, it's very like fun and rewarding to take care of an animal. It's just, you have to, you know, have time, have the like mental bandwidth for it. I think if I'm in like a chiller point in my life in the future, I would love to have maybe like a golden retriever. I love golden retrievers so much, dude. They're so cute. They're so friendly. I don't think I've ever met a golden retriever that's not like the chillest thing of all time. Like, they're so sweet. Growing up, my babysitter had one. He was the sweetest old dog of all time. I miss him, man. I miss that dog so much. Bought a Python plushie a few years ago because I think I was up to the didn't think I was up to the task of keeping a real one. I mean, yeah, they're hard work. I don't think snakes are like the hardest reptiles to keep in general, but they're not easy either. And I could be underestimating as well, just because it's been so long, truthfully, since I've looked into keeping reptiles from like a hobbyist standpoint. It has been probably the better part of a decade. I feel like I'm gonna get murked for stepping foot into the underground desert here. Alright, I got the mithril. Get me out of here. Aside from anything else, I think that a lot of taking care of reptiles, snakes included, is very technical. Like, you gotta have the temperature right, the humidity right. You gotta, like, set up their tank environment in a way that they get everything they need. You gotta know what kind of stuff to feed them. I mean, this is all stuff that more or less goes for any animal. But if you get like a cat or a dog, you're not gonna have to set up a humidifier and a special lamp and all this kind of like extra stuff for it to be inhabitable. It's kind of the same way with like when you get a fish. You might have to do a bunch of stuff with the water to make it safe for them, or like a turtle or something like that. Right, you know, you're never gonna have to get a dog and redo your whole living room to make it inhabitable for them. Maybe not never, but if you did, it would be a little bit unusual, I suppose. Do you craft a mithril anvil at a lead anvil? Yes, but you don't use a lead anvil. I'm just blind. Okay, well, we have a better anvil now. So that means that I believe we should be able to make our spider gear. Yes, sir. Spider mask. Greaves. And then spider staff. Alright, goodbye, imps. Spider time. Behold, the little guys. And they move faster on walls, which is kind of quirky and interesting. How many do I get? We got 6. Nice. I no longer need my bee armor. Bye-bye. Let's see. I need Souls of Flight so that we can have wings. Where are the wyverns at? Run them hands. Let's go. Rah. There's one. Nope, I lied. That was a harpy. At least the harpies are still very easy to just nuke. It's so floaty in space. It's kind of fun. Where are the wyverns at? Come on. You know, I haven't thought about it in a really long time, but when I mentioned fish before, actually, have I ever mentioned that I had pet fish one time? I guess 2 times. It's so stupid. I remember we got a fish tank. I thought I knew what I was doing. We went to like PetSmart or something, and we got cloudfish, and I tried to keep them, but they died. Wow, I got giant harpy feather as well. That's insane. They died, and we ended up getting more, and they also died, and then we gave up and just put the fish tank out in like a place where people could just go and pick it up. We're just like, somebody else will do better with this fish tank. I'm sorry. To the handful of cloudfish that never had a better life when I was a kid, my bad, bro. That was irresponsible of me. I feel like taking care of fish seems so complicated to me, like actually getting the water environment right. Maybe it's not. Maybe I was just really dumb because I was like, I don't even know if I was 10. I was young when I did that. But I definitely think that upkeeping an environment for fish seems like pretty hard. Or like just any aquatic pets, you know? Like I know one that's really commonly a problem is turtles, because they grow too big. Like there's actually... I remember writing up about this in school. One of the most invasive animals in North America is the red-eared slider. It's a type of turtle that is really common to give away at like fairs and stuff like that when they're babies in like a little bag or whatever. And then they grow and they're like pretty big, you know. You have to get them like something like a 7,500 pound tank, something like that. And most people, they're not expecting it to grow that much, so they just release them out into the wild. And because they can actually survive in like the colder water temperatures of like Canada, for example, they end up doing really well. They just don't really have much in the way of natural predators, but there is stuff they can eat. And so they're very invasive because people just release them into the wild when they can't take care of it. They just assume that it's like, I don't know, you just got the turtle out of a random like local river or something, so you put him back into nature, and it's like, well, not quite, but I guess now they're in the wild. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen red-eared sliders in the wild. I think maybe, but I'm not sure. If I were to ever get a turtle, I think I would get one of the ones that lives on land, like a box turtle. Because not all turtles that live on land are classified as tortoises, I don't think. Like, box turtles are so cute. I don't know if you guys have ever seen a box turtle before. I've never seen one in person, I think. Maybe at like a pet store or something, but I remember I used to watch hella videos about box turtles, and I thought they were the most adorable little creatures. They're just the cutest turtle anyway. And they live on like substrate of some sort instead of water, which is very convenient. I love turtles. They're so cute. Just reptiles in general. There's a lot of really, really lovable reptiles, I feel like. Such quirky little creatures. Of course, I think that reptiles are like really cute as pets in theory, but they're not the most rewarding to take care of. And mostly the reason I'll say that is they're not very affectionate, right? Like, you might be able to hold your lizard or your snake or whatever and have them just kind of chill with you. And that is very chill. It's very cool. But they're not like actively loving in the same way that a dog or a cat tends to be. It's a kind of bond that you just don't really experience for the most part. I think there might be like niche exceptions to it too. I've seen some reptiles on like very rare occasions that are like overly chill with their owners, to a point where it is kind of like more affectionate seeming, but generally speaking, I haven't particularly seen that. What else? I haven't seen a wyvern, bro. How long have I been up here and no spawns? Please. Clumsy balloon slime. Oh my god, I almost killed it. Burp. Maybe I need a water candle. That's what I need to do. I stashed some of those. Yeah, I got a water candle. Can I, like... Let's make a sky platform up here. I want to get a little bit higher until I'm like, yeah, there's the space music. Ouch. Oh, my blood moon. That's scary. Yo, I didn't even... Man, I finally got one to spawn and I died. Oh. Dude, I didn't even put the water candle yet and there's just like 10 harpies immediately. Is it something about like platforms as an object? Because I feel like platforms always end up causing like a way higher mob spawn density, and I don't know why. I don't know if there is actually an associated mechanic for that, but it certainly feels that way often. Here. Oh my, like look! There's so many of them! Okay, wyvern acquired. It is time to game. Oh my god, if I got hit by the head, it probably would have one-shot me there. This is so chaotic. There's like a nimbus cloud. Oh! Okay, well that was dubious, but I did not die. And I got 18 souls of flight. That's a very good wyvern. Thank you. Let's get back up there. One more wyvern for the fans. Oh, like yes, literally immediately. There we go. Now we can make wings. Oh my gosh. Talk about value. 18 and 19 souls of flight respectively. Isn't 19 like the max? If next time I need to make wings, I can legitimately... I'm like 2 souls away. I feel like average distribution, you'd normally need to do 4 wyverns, but I almost got enough in 2. That's kind of crazy. You know what I'm thinking about, actually? Should we try and do Dread Nautilus? It is Blood Moon. Here, I need to get my fishing bait. Ah! And then go to the ocean. Let's try fishing. There's so many enemies, like, naturally, though. I'm dying. Or not. Not immediately, anyway. Okay, yeah, there I go. There's so many enemies, dude. It's ridiculous. Oh, get him, Stylist. Cook him. Oh, wait, the Stylist is actually kind of gaming. Pirate map. I do know that the pirate staff is one of the better weapons that we could be rocking in early hard mode. The only problem is I don't know how grindy that would be, but I feel like the answer is very. Where's my Dreadnoughtilus? Is there like a specific thing you have to do to fulfill the spawn condition for it? I wonder. I got the blood rainbow. I think I already had one of those earlier in my playthrough. Oh, that's new. That's a hard mode enemy for sure. Oh, that's a lot of damage. It's like a wyvern on crack. Holy. I don't even have wings yet, man. Ah! That is strong. Wow. I tried. That is a scary enemy. Oh my. I can't even use my magic conch to get back here. Oh my. I looked away and I'm dead. I was like, oh, I can go and spawn another spider. I forgot. Let me go do that. And then I'm just dead. Ah, such is the early hard mode Terraria experience. Getting absolutely owned by every enemy of all time ever is just a classic experience. Timeless. Okay. It's always the possessed armors, man. I can like barely even see them. Clown into Boulder. Kind of glad that he's down there because the clowns are pretty scary. Got another pirate map. If I even were to get Dreadnought by now, I feel like it probably just despawns before the night ends, no? Got a fast clock. Stylish scissors. Oh, that's from the stylist dying. Aw. Probably just sell that, I guess. Is there any good drops down here from the clown? Assuming not. Some money. Not bad. Whew. Let's see, we got a fast clock here. All blue materials. We got a life crystal. Got some ocean fish. Wait, I just remembered. Isn't there like a thing you can do with the shimmer for a golden worm? There is! Gummy worm permanently increases fishing skill. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, yummers. I love gummy worms, dude. Ooh. Maybe that is very childlike of me, perhaps, but gummies just go hard, bro. Like gummy worms, like sour keys. Gummies are just really yummies. I can't help it. Okay. Oh, I can make my wings. I forgot. We got frozen wings. Boom. Yippee! So what do I even... I guess I'm replacing my sand balloon. Warding in one try. Bless. Put this away. Now I gotta get used to being able to fly again. We got the wizard moved in somewhere, TM. The ocean. I didn't want you there. Although I suppose I don't really care too much about who's in the ocean biome. I just use it for the pylon, which I don't even actually need. We'll make more housing at some point when I'm less lazy. For the time being, I need to do more mining. A lot of my snow cave is infected, unfortunately, but I'll go check it out. So I only need a little bit more mithril, and then we can switch to titanium, which usually is easy enough to find along the Hell Bridge. There's cobalt for days down here. Rattles Magoo. Where's my boy Rattles Magoo at? Isn't the underground Crimson Ice where you find Pigron and you get bacon? I haven't had bacon in like a minute. That would be a nice treat one of these days. Oh yeah, I got to catch up on my anime watching a couple days ago. I guess it's already almost time when stuff will start airing again, but I've been keeping my same sort of 3-show rotation this season of watching Tamon's B-side and Tamon's B-side, Polar Opposites, whatever, like You and I Are Polar Opposites, I think might be the full name of it. I don't remember. And Frieren. And that has been so nice. Such a good rotation of shows. I have to say, interestingly enough, without spoiling anything, right? Without spoiling anything, I think going into this season, I thought that Tamon's B-side was going to be like my chill vibes watch, really cute, wholesome, having like an idol and like a fan as his housekeeper, but like the idol is like really depicted as being very human, right? Like really is just a person behind the act. It's a really interesting one. I've been loving that one a lot. But a lot. The idols are a lot more like Menhera than I expected. Like they are really messed up in the head. Like at the start of the show, it seemed so like sweet and wholesome, and then now it's just like, oh man, they got some issues. Come on, we win these. Crimson Mimic. More like we win this. Oh, that was a lot of damage. Tendon hook. I don't really need that, but nice win regardless. I'm looking for titanium. Oh, that's scary. Well, I do want it. Gonna need some ichor anyway. I think I can imbue my whip with that, but I could be wrong. Watching Frieren, Jujutsu Kaisen, Hell's Paradise, and My Hero Academia. I guess this season is really good for shonen too, eh? I knew about Jujutsu Kaisen. I am gonna be super for real. I watched like 4 episodes of Jujutsu Kaisen. And it's not like I thought it was bad by any means. I think I enjoyed it, but I was just busy at the time, so I ended up putting it back down. And shonen, I feel like I have to have a real reason that I feel like watching it, or else I just don't stick to it. It's just not like my favorite genre. I enjoy them, but sometimes they feel like actively stressful to watch. And so I don't tend to keep up with them on my own will too often. So I never really got back onto Jujutsu Kaisen. Hell's Paradise, I was watching it, and then my friend who I was like kind of watching it at the same time as ended up like not wanting to wait for the anime, so they read the manga. And so this is one of the only times ever that I also read the manga, and for that reason I haven't felt like, I don't even think I finished season 1 of the anime actually. I think I only watched like 8 episodes or something in that vicinity, since I just went and read the manga anyway. It's a good one, Hell's Paradise. I liked it. I don't know if they're finishing it in 2 seasons or if there's going to be more, because it wasn't like a super long manga. I think it was like somewhere in the ballpark of 100 chapters. But I liked it. Already read the whole manga, but I'm watching the anime too. Ah, I see. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's nice to like see how the adaptation turns out. Also, cosplay Gabumon. Oh, cool. Man, it's been so long since I read Hell's Paradise. Was Gabumon the main guy? Was, right? Could be wrong. Feel like that sounds right to me. Yeah, okay. Friends who cosplay Yuzuriha and Senta? That's cool. Who is Yuzuriha in Hell's Paradise? Because I'm thinking... like, that name in my brain is, like, fully reserved for the one from Dr. Stone, I feel like. That's what I always think of for Yuzuriha. The ninja girl. Ah, yes, I remember. Does feel like a fitting name for, like a ninja type of girl as well. Ooh, so much titanium here. This is a little jackpot score. I'm assuming titanium armor is gonna probably be better than the spider armor, but I don't know. It's also a lot of work. I don't know if I'll end up mining enough that I can actually make titanium armor anyway. But yeah, I feel like this season of anime is gonna be very hard for the rest of the year to top. Like, it kind of feels like no matter what genre you're into, there's something big happening right now. I think the only one I'm not sure if there's anything crazy going on right now would be like maybe isekai. But I've heard there's like a couple isekais that are kind of cool, just not like any big series continuations that I'm aware of. But also, it's not like it's been the longest time. I don't follow isekai as much, for what it's worth. It's been a while since I've really gotten invested in an isekai. I feel like the two that I liked a lot were ReZero, which wasn't that long ago that we got a new season of ReZero. And I really liked Shield Hero Season 1, and obviously, we don't talk about Shield Hero after Season 1. Show ended. Amazing. Yeah, I've still never gotten around to watching The Promised Neverland, but I have to imagine that what happened to Shield Hero in terms of like how it feels as a series is like right up the same like ballpark of the experience for Promised Neverland. Then again, I don't know if I just wasn't in the mood for it. I think that's most of what it was with Promised Neverland. Because I watched the first episode. My friends were like, you have to watch The Promised Neverland. Like, Season 2, they threw. But Season 1 is really good. You have to watch it. And so I remember I watched the first episode. And I just didn't... It felt like... I think I just didn't vibe with the first episode. And I ended up, like, putting it down. And I never got back around to it. From like a cultural standpoint, I feel like it would be nice to watch it at some point just to say that I've watched it, but it wasn't exactly like I was in a grasp by the pilot or the characters or anything. Read the manga for Promised Neverland after the first season? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that was probably a good way to do it since they deviated from the manga, right? That was part of the problem. Oh, did One Punch Man do that? I wasn't aware of One Punch Man having the same problem. That's interesting. You know, I feel like I don't actually know that Shield Hero was quite the same, to be fair. In the sense that I don't actually know that Shield Hero deviated from what was supposed to be the story in like the manga or whatever, right? I'm actually not sure that it did. The problem was that they like really precisely and cleanly tied up everything in Season 1 at the end. And they also didn't really leave anything for you to look forward to and like get curious about for Season 2. And so then it's like Season 2 comes around, it's like, interesting, you know, I kind of felt like the story was already more or less over. I wonder what it is, and then it's just like filler city, like nothing happens, and the story just goes in like a kind of weird direction. And then I never continued it after that, but from what I saw, it doesn't look like Season 3 or 4 got much better either. It's always one of those shows where I've seen it, and I'm like, how can they afford to keep making new seasons of Shield Hero? Like, who is still watching it? But then again, I feel like there's always an audience for trashy stuff if it's already got a little bit of establishment. Like, one that I think of, for example, I cannot believe that Rent-A-Girlfriend is still going. Like, both from a standpoint of how is the story not over, but also, like, people are watching still? Like, you know, I watched Season 1 of Rent-A-Girlfriend. The concept was kind of funny, honestly. I thought the concept had good potential. It's one of the lowest rated shows on, like, my anime list for me. Like, I was not a fan. let me see. Let's sell the mana potions. I don't need those. I can probably also sell the tendon hook. Blocks for living fire and pearlstone. And then let's smell, or I need to make a titanium forge. Let's see how much titanium we've got left. 38. How much would I need? Wait, is there even a summoner? Oh, there's not even a summoner thing for titanium, so I actually don't even need titanium, really. I guess we just make a pickaxe just to have one, because faster. And that's kind of it for that, hey? Okay, well, did not need to mine as much as I did, but that's okay. I guess conversely for that, there's probably nothing to do with more mithril. Yeah. Oh well. One Punch Man Season 3 is the worst rated anime season ever? Really? No shot. It would literally have to be like a 1 on my anime list to do that. Actually? I need to see this. Hold on. One Punch Man 3. Okay, well, look, 4.73 is one of the worst scores I have ever seen. I don't think that's the lowest for a season ever, though. Then again, though, the ones that I'm thinking of that are, like, even lower, are they actually seasons? They might just be, like, movies or, like, single episode shows, now that I think about it. Whoa, that's not what I thought it was. I feel like there is stuff on my anime list that's lower than a 4.7. But, like, for a mid-series, like, season, that's a crazy fall. Like, that's a cliff dive score right there. Oh my god. 4.7. That's a flop and a half, bro. Holy. That's impressive. That is impressively hated. My god. Anything cool I can buy from the Witch Doctor? Not really. I do need an imbuing station. I think I just spent almost 2 platinum on a pet by accident. That is correct. I did do that. Can I sell him back for like close to that? Only 44 gold? At that point, just keep the pet, I guess. I don't know, he feels kind of ominous. I don't actually like using it. I'll just put him in the pet's chest. Might have been thinking of one of the episodes being the low. You can rate individual episodes on my anime list? That's a thing? Studio cut as many corners on the... Oh no, is it like a Blue Lock situation? You got the PowerPoint transition. Dude, it's the worst when you see that on a series you like. Oh my. I never watched Blue Lock Season 2 because I saw the clips of what they did to my boy and I couldn't stomach the thought of going and continuing the series knowing what they did to it. Truly tragic. Seeing one of your favorite shows get hit with the Blue Lock treatment. Oh man. My heart goes out to the One Punch Man fans, I suppose, damn. Hopefully they lock in with Season 3 Part 2, since I saw that that's yet to air. Let me see. So I have a whip, I have a weapon, I have armor. Is there anything else for me to prep before I try and do a boss fight of some sort? Like, I've got my wings. I guess... What is my next boss fight supposed to be? Queen Slime? Queen Slime's kind of hard unless you create, like, a cheese arena for it. But I feel like any of the mechanical bosses would be pretty hard, too. You know, Destroyer is normally, like, by far the hardest. But I do kind of feel like we have a very potent setup for the Destroyer. Like, my weapon and my whip both feel, like, relatively well attuned for that fight. I could see it. God, everything does so much damage, dude. Holy. Try and get some Souls of Night. Maybe I'll end up giving the Destroyer a shot and we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't had to, like, follow a series in a while, so I haven't had the feeling of getting let down by, like, new seasons too often. I have to say, I'm so glad that Frieren has been so good. If any of you guys haven't started Frieren Season 2 yet, maybe you're just waiting so you can binge it when it's done. Maybe you just haven't gotten around to it. It is, like, everything that was good about Season 1 with, like, immaculate consistency. So far, every episode has felt very full, very vibes. But this is one of my favorite things about Frieren that I really don't feel like I've found from any other anime ever, is Frieren is very episodic, you know, which is not the most common in the, like, anime sphere. You watch one episode start to finish, there's like a little subplot that has gone through, which I think is great. And yet, I feel like despite being very episodic successfully, Frieren feels very, like, emotionally impactful. Like, I feel like there's oftentimes very, like, wholesome, touching themes that go on throughout just one episode. It's like, you know, every episode kind of has its own little storyline, and yet none of them really feel... They're all filler, and none of them are filler at the same time. You know what I mean? There's not, like, some insane movement towards the main plot that happens on any one given episode, but none of them feel like they're just there to fill time. Like, they're so intentful. It's a very grounding show, and I feel like I haven't experienced that with basically any other anime, to be honest. It's very uniquely good at that. And I've been so glad to have it back, you know? It's just so masterfully done. Good old Frieren Fridays. I missed having that, like, just nice little episode to look forward to every week. You know what else is this season too that I wasn't thinking about? I haven't started it yet, but I know Oshinoko has the new season going on as well, which I am completely spoiler free on the Oshinoko new season. I have not started it. I have not consumed anything. Surprisingly, I haven't even gotten any, like, random clips spoiling me on Twitter or something like that, you know? Thank God. Oshinoko, I think at this point, I'm kind of waiting to binge it. Normally, I like to watch as stuff airs, but I feel like it's far enough along at this point, and I'm, like, very content with my current little, like, rotation that I've got going, that I'll probably just wait until it's done, and then I'll catch up. But I'm curious to see how that goes, since I was definitely enjoying seasons 1 and 2. Looking forward to season 3. I feel like there's a lot of stuff going on in the story from what I remember, but also I might have to rewatch. I'm not usually the type of person where I am so invested that I will rewatch like whatever the last season was going into starting a new one. But I might like go and skim like last season, try and refresh myself a little bit. Just because I don't remember all that well what kind of like stuff was in the middle of happening. There's a mimic. Where? Oh, here. I don't really know what I'm looking for from that. Dual hook? Not that, but oh well. Crimson Mimic somewhere again. And a regular Mimic again, but the Crimson one is the one that I'm interested in. Where? Did despawn? Must have despawned, right? Where's the regular Mimic? Is it somewhere under the bridge? Where is it? Must be like up, right? Somewhere up here. No? What? Bro, where is this mimic? I'm blind. Oh my god, is that? Lol. Well, sure. Magic dagger. Don't think I really need that, but sure. Yeah, I guess for like not like seasonal stuff as well, I've been on and off watching Chobits, which has been interesting. I still don't entirely know when and or like if I'm going to like fully watch it through, but I've been enjoying it enough, to be honest. It's been not bad. I feel like Chobits is one of the only like old rom-com anime that I haven't watched yet, which was kind of why I picked it up. It was like, I need something that'll be light, that'll be funny, that'll be cute. I remember Chobits. There are some people that liked stuff that I like that also like that show. Let me check it out. And it so far, I mean, it hasn't been like the greatest, but it certainly hasn't been bad either. I've been liking it enough. I think the other like old school one that I definitely still need to check out after Chobits at some point is Ouran High School Host Club. That's like one of the last. I feel like Chobits and Ouran High School Host Club are kind of like the two final like older romance anime that I haven't gotten around to that are significantly popular. But like, I'm not in the biggest rush to get around to it just because this season, it is such a great time to be a rom-com fan, dude. Tamon-kun is really good. Polar Opposites, I think, is quietly out here being the best rom-com anime of the season. It's so cute. It's so cute. If anybody hasn't heard of You and I Are Polar Opposites, I am absolutely loving that show right now. It is so goated. I think, truthfully, the thing that sets it apart for me as like one of the greats, instant classic for rom-com anime, is the fact that literally on episode 1, the confession happens and the relationship starts. So often we get rom-com anime, really cute characters, cute dynamic. It's a great concept for a show. I love it. We spend like 10 to 12 of our 12 or 13 episodes building up. You know, maybe there's like little nothing burger dramas happening at a high school or whatever. You just have like little nothing dramas and whatnot mixed in with the generic cute stuff, your little beach episode, your school festival, your summer festival, whatever, right? You spend the whole season, you finally build up to the moment where they get together and like maybe they kiss and then the show's over, right? And it's really cute, but it's like, man, I like the character dynamic. I would have liked to see them actually date, you know what I mean? And so to see one where, despite being like another high school rom-com, which I feel like I've kind of exhausted as a genre, they just don't speak to me the same way that they used to, because I watched too many of them when I was younger. You know, despite that, it feels like one of the most adult rom-coms I've seen, because they just very direct, they communicate, they're wholesome together. Like, it's just great. It's so wonderful to see a show where the characters are really fun and they actually like communicate with each other. It just enables so much more like wholesome banter to happen. And it kind of has become like every episode is just great vibes. I just always feel immediately in a better mood after I watch it. That's been like, I don't know if I can say that's my favorite this season because Frieren is happening right now and like Frieren is the GOAT, but it is extremely comparable in terms of like putting me in a good mood, which is a very high praise that I would not have expected from some random rom-com anime that I'd never even heard of before it started. All right, let's go back up here. Saw some stuff. I wanted to take a look at how I go about crafting a spawner for the destroyer. Mechanical worm. Oh, wait, that's actually so easy. I can do that. Okay. So we need vertebrae, which I've got plenty. Can I craft it here? I can. Oh, it's so convenient too. Bless. Okay, so put this back. We put this here. Grab my greater healing potions and my buff potions. I don't know that I'm gonna be able to win. I'm kind of doubtful that I'll actually beat the destroyer here. But I also kind of feel like I don't know what to do next otherwise, so I'm gonna try. If I really wanted to be sweaty about it, I could cover my entire arena here in walls so that my spiders could climb on the walls, but I think that they'll have an easy enough time locking onto the destroyer that I'll be fine. I just need to manage the probes, I think. The probes are going to be kind of my responsibility to keep on top of. I wonder if there's like a better whip that I could be using right now than the firecracker as well. I feel like very possibly, but it'll be fine, surely. Surely it'll be a-okay. What was I thinking? I could try to be like super aura farm and go for Duke Fishron drops now, like pre-mech. That seems dumb. I think maybe when I actually spent a bunch of time practicing Fishron, there would be a chance. But even then, I wasn't like that insane against Fishron when I practiced it a lot. Nowadays, like, I will get cooked if I try that. There was like a period of time where I was Terraria racing with Chin a bit, and I really wanted to get good at it, and because of that, he also practiced it, and what happened is I never got that good at doing Fishron early, but he got really good at it, and then I just got smoked like every single race subsequently as a result. But he's just too good at every game. Can't be helped. Oh, is it gonna be... There's like Nimbus clouds and stuff that'd be in the way. I don't think they'll spawn like mid-fight once the fight's actually happening though, right? It's like one too far. I'm trying to like extend the platforms to be the same length and then get a campfire on this edge. Oh, I can harvest my water leaf. That's good. And I should get another heart lantern over there at some point, but I won't worry about it right now. Alright, we're gonna do this. Maybe it's stupid. Maybe it'll go really badly. But let's find out. Oh my god, that's a lot of probes. Why are there so many? Yo! That's so many lasers! Help me! Oh my god! Why are there so many probes? Bro, I can't kill them fast enough. I need to deal with them before I get hit with 12 trillion lasers again. Oh my god, it does so much damage. Oh! 300 damage from that. No. Oh, that's gonna be hard, dude. That is going to be hard. Wow. Okay, what can I get that would be better? Pirates? Okay, pirate staff does seem like a somewhat reasonable angle. In terms of whips, I could make the cool whip. That would be better, the cool whip. I do already have a frost core, actually. I could just make that now. Need souls of night and souls of light. Cool whip. Bang. Oh, and it's godly, just off rip. That's pretty godly, thank you. So a better whip. I guess next step is to fight the pirates. What are my odds of a pirate staff? How lucky do I have to get here? Let's have a look. A 1 in 1,000 to be dropped by regular pirates, 1 in 250 from pirate captains, and a 1 in 15 from the Flying Dutchman. Eek, that is not the best odds I've ever seen. You know, that's okay. That's gonna take a little bit of luck, but that's workable, I suppose. There was a time when I had like pirate cheese like set up, but I'm not gonna bother with that. I'll just fight him nice and honest. Yo, the cool whip is kind of cool. No, I didn't even mean to say it like that, but like, what was that little projectile? Look at that! Look at that! Wait, that's actually really good. That's sick. I think the destroyer is immune to being chilled, but even so, like, that little piercing effect is going to be really good for crowd controlling against the probes. This whip is definitely a good upgrade. I feel like every time I see Cool Whip, I don't actually think of like the Cool Whip itself. I don't know if it's a thing in Canada. It might be, and maybe it's just not something that I've personally really had. But I definitely think of it as more American. But for me, even though I never really watched Family Guy, I always think of that clip where it's like, Cool Whip. And he can't... He can say cool, he can say whip, but together it's always Cool Whip. Whip. It's just iconic in my brain. Yo, wait, it's like boomeranging between the two enemies. Wait, that's so cool. Dude, the Cool Whip is very cool. I'm loving having this thing already. Oh, man, having wings is so great. One of the best parts about Terraria, reliving it every time, has to be the feeling of getting better movement as you progress the game. Just having more control. I feel like Terraria has to be one of the only games that I've ever really appreciated that like movement scaling for when it's not like a platformer of some sort. You know what I mean? Like, for being a game that has absolutely no aspects of platforming, it's so felt just in like the way that you fight and explore the world. This game is so brilliant. And I always love that, like, the devs of long-standing games like Terraria and stuff like that are always so chill, dude. Like, in a time where the corporate gaming sphere keeps getting worse and worse and more hateable, it is wonderful to have stuff like this get, like, an update in modern times and actually just be really nice. And just further emphasize the stuff that was already good about it, you know what I mean? Like, I was never somebody that got into playing GTA. I didn't grow up with it. And so it doesn't, like, personally affect me that much. But I saw recently that GTA was like they were showing Rockstar talking about having ID like verification for GTA 6, which is like, are we really going into a future where, because buying games physically isn't really a thing anymore, adult rated games are gonna be like ID verified instead of just, I don't know, if you can pay for this, presumably you're an adult, and if you're a kid using your parents' card, they should be parenting you better. Like, I don't know. It just seems so dystopian. I hate it. I saw Discord is talking about rolling out globally. You know, it's one thing to have stuff like in the UK where like they're definitely exploiting it, but some of it is that the government is pushing for like that ID mandating stuff. It's a whole different thing to be like, oh, I mean, it seems to be working well, so we're gonna roll it out globally that everybody needs to scan. Even though they had like a huge data breach of like 70,000 IDs last time they did it with the UK. Which, you know, it just makes you think. It's like, damn. You know, how I think for me it's like I start to wonder how much am I willing to put up with, right? I think that for me, Discord is too important to me. If push really came to shove, I'd find some sort of workaround because all of my friends have been there for like a decade. My community's there. You know, but like with littler things, no way. There is probably not a game on this planet that I would be willing to ID verify myself for. Like, I would probably, at that point, just quit the game. Go play something else. Because I feel like that's such a valuable thing to be willing to do nowadays. It's kind of the same for me as how I was, like, really into Uma Musume. And then they announced that they had, like, a generative AI subsidiary going for Cygames. And I didn't realize at the time, but Cygames' parent company, Cyagent, is also, like, a very in on AI technology stuff. And not, like, the cool medical research kind. And so for me, that was enough to just be like, oh, I mean, there's other games for me to play. I'll just go and do something else. I'll go support something else, right? I think that being willing to just kind of like drop stuff like that is important as a consumer nowadays. Because the truth is, like, there's stuff that I would be disappointed to put down. Undoubtedly. But there are more shows than I could watch in a lifetime. More videos than I could watch in a lifetime. More games than I could play in a lifetime. There is, truthfully, like, such an abundance of experience that is welcome to you. And this is only even, like, very consumerist experiences. This is not even talking about, like, places to go, like, skills to learn. Stuff where it's, like, more actively involved, right? Truthfully, there's more stuff for you to do in your life that you know about now than stuff you could do in your life. And that's not even talking about all of the stuff that you haven't found yet or maybe never will find, right? There's so much to do that I think now is like more important than ever to support devs that aren't scumbags. I feel like that's been part of why I've been looking forward to going back to some of Nintendo's older stuff as well. Just because I've already got most of it. I don't have to deal with all this like new school BS that's happening with a lot of game devs. Man, I'm really wasting a lot of these like better health potions because I forgot to put them back in my chest. I might have to like farm some mimics or something. Let me go over to the Soul of Light side. See if I can find me a hollowed mimic. Out. Where do I have hollowed on my hell bridge? Is it actually like just underneath the the drop off point, or is it also like more on the left here? No, it does kind of end here. Can I put... This room has no space to stand in? Wasn't this fine before I put the door? Am I crazy? Yes. Okay. Well, in that case, the wizard can chill down here. Now that I'm thinking about it, actually, can't I craft the better health potions anyway? I think you can, right? Something with crystal shards? Let's have a look. Crystal shards. Healing potion. Do you use souls as well? No. How do you make this? Water bottle, pixie dust, and crystal shards. Okay. So I need more water bottles. That means I need more sand, which I have. And then we need to farm pixie dust. Oh, it's a sandstorm. Yabba. I will probably just get murked if I stand in this for too long. Get me out of here. Oh, there was a unicorn. Swore off using AI when I learned how big a source of pollution it is. Oh, 100%. I mean, look, I've been a big time AI hater day one, pretty much. And that's because, like, as a VTuber, we're like very tight with the art community. You know what I mean? Even if you yourself don't draw, our medium is possible because of the gracious hard work of artists. And to see that kind of, the way that from day one, they just kind of stole from artists, right? They just stole all their work. No systems for copyright, no consent opt-in to train these models. They just built everything off of stolen work. Very not cool, right? Very, very not cool. And it just goes against the whole point of art, like, to begin with, you know. There's no soul in it, there's no story, there's no legacy and inspiration. It's just synthesizing other people's work to do something that looks like it's supposed to be what they're going after. You know what I mean? Like, it's very empty. And so I am obviously big time not a fan of that in general. But, you know, seeing how data intensive it is, how, like, other spillover effects have been bad, like for example, I don't like having to wonder if every video I'm reading is AI or if an article that I'm reading is AI. And truthfully, a lot of people aren't even thinking about if they care anymore, because there's a lot of people that instead of like taking their education seriously just use AI to summarize like everything for them and help write stuff. And truthfully, I'm sure there's some merit to using LLMs as tools when it comes to like parsing information, but the problem is they're really stupid. And if you're willing to use them regularly, I'm like 100% sure that you're not willing to check them every time, because they get stuff wrong so often that if you actually care to check them like often, like every time, you'll just stop using them because they're just dumb. Like, there's a reason that I never like particularly started using ChatGPT or anything like that, because it's like Google if it just like had a like manic episode 50% of the time that you're searching something, it felt like, you know? Like, hell, even Google itself, I hate having to scroll past the little AI summary at the top every time, because it's just, like, making stuff up. It's a massive pain how, like, normalized it has become, but I also think that people are seeing it infiltrate their lives in a way that they start to care now. You know what I mean? Like, not very many people have a reason to sympathize with digital artists and like writers and stuff like that. But when the ads on TV start being generic garbage that feels soulless, when they're trying to slide in AI music on your shuffle, you know, the more they tread on regular people's water, the more people are realizing how much it sucks. And also, like, the spillover, right? It's affecting, like, electricity prices, water. You know, it's bad for the environment, obviously, because of those two things. It's affecting, you know, the availability of things like RAM and GPUs. I think, you know, there are some cases where people in, like, gaming are a little bit more split. Like, for example, from what I remember, not like the Game Awards, but the Indie Game Awards, Expedition 33 won an award and then lost it because they revealed that they used generative AI to help them create placeholder assets that were then made into like real art after the fact. And they also, like, there was some Gen AI on release, but it got patched within like a couple days. Some people were saying that's deserved. Other people were saying everybody's going to be doing that nowadays, whether they tell you or not. Me personally, I'm of the stance that, like, I think that using Gen AI as a tool, quote unquote, for concept art is stupid. Like, concept art is a real job that people do, and it's really interesting, you know. In a lot of ways, a good concept artist is synthesizing their own life experiences and stuff that they've gotten to work on with the way that they interpret the story you're telling to create something. And I think there's a lot of soul, there's a lot of legacy, there's a lot of story that goes into that is lost if you just use a generative AI prompt to give you your template and then just kind of touch that up. I think it encourages a culture of like making something generic and then like making it good enough after, instead of having a genuine interesting idea and seeing how you express that. Love concept art since I first read the art book for Star Wars as a kid. Yeah, like, you know, I think the beautiful thing about something like concept art is there are so many ways that you can get into it. Truthfully, anything that is not like live action or, you know, like acted involves concept art. And even in those kind of situations, you know, like at what point are you not just like killing part of the artistic process? Is designing a background not still a form of concept art? Is designing like a set for a TV show or a movie or something not like effectively a type of concept art? Like, I think that conceptualizing and like really putting your best work and your heart into making like a good demo for something, like to make that concept actionable and showcaseable, is really excellent. It's one of the best parts of the creative process. One of the most fun parts. And I think that it's a shame that some people don't see it that way. But it's all to say, like, once it starts affecting people who game from being able to like get parts and stuff like that, and it's normalizing like slop garbage, then I think people will be more outspoken. I think the one upside of this whole like AI, the episode we'll call it, in human history, it's not a good thing. A lot of bad stuff for the economy, for the environment, for art just as a whole, and people who practice it in many mediums. It is overall a huge net bad, but I think the one net good is that regular people are realizing that they care about art and artists more than they thought they did, you know? It kind of seems like a nothing burger problem until you get home from a long day of work and it's just like dystopian garbage that's soulless. You know, you want the experience that like a real person created something that they thought you would connect with. Truthfully, it's something that I think is really beautiful that a lot of people kind of took for granted for a while after, you know, we've had such great access to entertainment for so long. And now it's kind of a thing of like, oh damn, like, you know, maybe artists are cool. Maybe I do care about artists. Also, okay, I was just blind. I can make the good health potions here. Nice. Now I've got lots of not garbage health potions clean. Should we do the pirates? Let's do the pirate invasion. Why not? Got a whole bunch of well-fed buffs. Let's grab those, and I'll use that to kind of power me through here. So, big hoping that we just get relatively fortunate and actually get a pirate staff from this. It's not the most likely. It would not be a big surprise if I don't get it off of the first one, but it'd be really nice. I don't know how long it waits until they start. Also, if they're approaching from the east, I guess I should go to this side. I think my NPCs are going to end up dying anyway, but I've got my spider friends. I've got my godly cool whip. I've got my seafood dinner. I see food, I eat it. I ate it. It's gaming time. Let's go. Pirate invasion. So far, damage not looking the worst for us. I'm sure if I get hit by anything, it's going to do about 2 quintillion damage. But for the meantime, while I'm not getting hit, we're doing pretty solid, pretty okay. Dude, the Cool Whip, like, projectile is nasty. This thing does a lot of damage to, like, crowds of enemies. Just flies around. Really good. Gotten 2 barrel launchers immediately. It would be nice if we end up getting a loyalty card as well. That would be really, really good. Ouch. I don't think there's anything that the pirate NPC himself is particularly useful for, and I'm thinking the answer is no, but maybe. I'm gonna run over to the nurse here. I think she's dying. Ah, nope. Okay. Let's try to lure them away from the nurse so they hopefully don't end up getting her. I like having the option to heal there. But later, we're already almost 50%. We are smooth sailing. We get the lucky coin. That's pretty cool. This feels so much smoother than I was expecting, but I suppose I do have some solid early hard mode weapons here. Normally the reason that I would always stress over the pirate invasion event is because I'd be playing on hardcore, and if you get the pirates naturally before you have like a good weapon and you don't have like a cheese arena for it, you do just get rolled. Like there's basically nothing you can do. They do still be hitting though. Okay, we got a Flying Dutchman. Oh, damage. Oh, I'm like dead as fuck. I'm so cooked. I need the nurse. I need the nurse. Oh, okay. I did in fact get a heal off. Took a lot of damage in the process. Dude, he's spitting out so many pirates that are shooting me. Oh, I forgot there's like cannonballs at the front as well that do a lot. Yep, there I go. Dutchman despawns when I die, right? I'm pretty sure. Or does it? Maybe it doesn't. Oh, tell me it stays alive. That would be so clutch. I don't see it anymore though now. Man. My odds are a lot better if I could actually take out the Dutchman, since it's a much more modest 1 in 15 drop rate from the Flying Dutchman. However, I just take so much damage from this thing, dude. It's so strong. Like, dude, I mess up, I get hit by the cannonball once, and I'm already, like, basically dead. There's so many pirates down here. Heal. I didn't even get the heal off. Ah, man. Tough. Oh, no, Nurse is so dead. Nurse is extremely dead. Yep. Ah, man. Well, my hopes of taking one of these Flying Dutchmans is probably now gone. See what I can do. Maybe I'll ult. Nope, I got hit by 2 cannonballs and I'm now already nearly dead. And now I'm actually dead. Maybe I could take the pirate captain. That's a 0.4% instead of 0.1. Something. Dude, I got sniped from so far. Oh. The damage is too much, man. My spiders are fighting him. Look, if I just keep running away, since the invasion's over, there's not more pirates spawning. So if I just keep running away, they will kill it. Being a summoner has its perks. I can just keep running away, let them do the dirty work for me. There we go. Flying Dutchman down. Did not get a pirate staff, unfortunately. I got another cutlass. Lucky coin. Hitting enemies will sometimes drop extra coins. Can you shimmer a lucky coin? I feel like I remember that you can, but I'm not sure. I think you might be able to shimmer it into a discount card, which if you can, that's extremely good. But if you can't, then, I mean, it's a rare drop. It's kind of neat, but not particularly life-changing. For the most part, we can just sell this stuff. The barrel launch, 4 barrel launchers. Sheesh. I have enough people to use a pylon? No. I need somebody to move back in, please. And then we have another pirate map, so I can in fact run it back and try and get the pirate staff again. Although I also do feel like with the Cool Whip, maybe I can do the destroyer. Like, the damage is a lot better. Like, a lot better. I'm not convinced, but I'm also not convinced. It's pretty solid. Let's drop down here. I will use my mushroom pylon to go to the shimmer. Can I shimmer a lucky coin? Yes, gold ring. Can I shimmer a gold ring into a discount card? Oh, you can. Oh, bless. Absolutely bless, man. So now we basically have a 20% discount on everything ever. That's pretty goated. All right, let's do another pirate map. Let's go. Wait, seafood dinners. Run it back. We got Sourpuss, the surly slime. Oh, now I feel so defended. My town feels so complete. I'm still a little bit doubtful that we will actually get the pirate staff here, but surely, just get lucky. Should I maybe, like, go to the ocean on the east here? And that way, I have a chance of getting pirate map from the pirates here. Maybe for the early phase. I think the Dutchman would be a lot harder here. But early on, it might be fun. Oh, having them like spawn in the water like underneath of me is kind of scary. Ouch. This pirate Deadeye does a lot of damage. Okay. We got the captain down. Another one. I'm gonna have to check in the water for pirate drops as well. It's kind of funny. Ah! I got sniped. 34 gold. Oh my god, you make so much money off of the pirates. Well, I can come back for my drops on the ocean side later. It's kind of good to be back over here now, since we will be better positioned for the Dutchmen, which will be coming pretty soon. I think they start at 50% on the invasion, but I could be wrong. I feel like I might die again before that. It's certainly looking like it, since my nurse didn't come back. Can't take advantage of that. Dude, how is the zoologist just chilling throughout everything? That's insane. Ah! At least I can see the cannonballs in broad daylight. This is definitely a better time to be fighting the pirates, since I can actually see the projectiles instead of just having it be in the dark. Oh my, they do so much damage though. Man, it is that much harder when there are also like irregular pirates shooting at you. It is so tricky. Come on, hook me up, pirates, please. I've been such a good summoner. I've only stuck to summon weapons. Surely you can do a solid for an honest summoner. Holy damage. I got the heal off, but these cannonballs do a lot of damage, man. Okay, I got a lot of good damage down there. The problem is, like, I'm still one shot. But... What? Oh, did it despawn? It did. That is such a shame. That was finally going decent against one of those Flying Dutchmans, and I let it get too far away and it despawned. What a shame. I need time, I need heal. Okay, well, I have to beat this Dutchman because the invasion's over. Okay, there. Now they're actually attacking the ship. Oh, come on, guys. Attack. Get him. Go. Have to be careful not to get too far away so they don't try to fly to me and then unlatch from the Dutchman. They're getting him. Go! My spiders, my liege. My liege. My legion, I suppose. I am the liege. They are my loyal servants. Come on, pirate staff. 1 in 15. Another lucky coin. Is lucky coin a guaranteed drop? They changed that? Maybe. Let's see. I don't think I've gotten... I did get another discount card, interestingly. Doesn't look like I got that pirate staff, but it could be over here. You never know. Let's have a look. It is possible that under the water here awaits a pirate staff. We found a shackle. Okay, well, that's all we found. All right. No pirate staff for me. Unfortunate. I guess we'll just try the destroyer again with the same setup as last time, but this time we have the cool whip at least. How do I make this again? I need 6 souls of night and vertebrae. What am I missing? Oh, am I out of lead bars? There we go. Okay, surely. Second time around. Easy, boss. Easy win. I do have to be very careful, though, since I get literally one shot, pretty much, if I get hit by the head of the destroyer. It did 315 damage last time. Is there anything I would like to change about my setup? I don't think so. Okay, let's buff. Let's get all 7 spiders, and let's go. Alright, here we go. Oh, I can get some pretty nasty damage right here. Oh shit, there's the probes. Okay. There's a lot of them at the start, but I'm clearing them a lot faster this time around. Oh! That's a lot of lasers. That's a really unfair amount of lasers, sir. I am kind of clearing them though. Ah! So many laser beams, man. I need to find some hearts. I'm kind of oh, wait, I healed so much. What happened? I don't know, but we're kind of okay again. Also, is this a new boss theme for the Destroyer? Feels like it is. I feel like every boss pretty much has had a new theme, or at least a lot of them have. Which is really dope. I love to hear the new boss themes. Ah, the damage is so much, dude. I'm so low. I'm so cooked. Oh, no, the random zombie. I'm dead. Yeah. Ah, man. It feels possible, but hard. It feels very hard. I wonder if, like, the twins would be easier. The only thing I worry about is that my summons won't be able to reach them properly. But I could try. I think I've got the means to make the spawner. Right, I assume it's just this and then another 5 bars of lead. Try the twins instead. Although, I guess I'll pass time until it's the next night. Hello, Shiranui Land. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. It's been really cool seeing all the new boss themes. I feel like there's so many little things about this new update. I mean, this update really is just the little things, though, isn't it? No new bosses. No, like, huge overhaul to weapons outside of some of the summoner class stuff having more gaps filled. But it really does feel so much more full. It's like a lot of very thoughtful little changes about it, which I really appreciate. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just trying to think, like, logistically, what could I really improve to make things easier? I suppose an idea. I was saying I probably wouldn't go through the effort of doing this, but maybe I will after all. Let's see, wait, why can't I make mud walls? I guess I can make mud brick? Let me make that. Oh, it uses stone though, so it might as well just be stone. I'm doing that. So I want to take a block that I don't care about very much. Turn it into walls. Dynasty wood? I've got a whole lot of leftover dynasty wood. Okay, so new project. is create walls for my whole arena. This might be too ambitious. This might take too long. But it would make my spiders way better. Even if I just have, like, the bottom layer have walls, that would be pretty big. Are you winning? Sorta. We've been so back for a little while, but it is feeling a little so over. It's hard. I think I've hit a point where my only realistic weapon upgrade right now requires me to get a 1 in 1,000 drop on the pirate invasion, which I tried for twice. Unfortunately, did not get it either time. And so I don't have a spawner item for the event again. And so now I'm kind of trying to figure out how I can just skill diff it with my current setup. Maybe, I wonder if it's better to have, like, maybe only half of my arena walled, but it's, like, all the way up. And then I just try to stay in that, like, smaller area. Because as long as I have, like, a decent amount of area that I can sort of use, I'd be pretty strong. We had a decent attempt at the destroyer there, even without the walls. With the walls, my spiders would be unstoppable. I'll be so powerful. I got the time to pass anyway. How are you doing, Nira? Hope you've been good. Welcome. I feel like my brain is still so hung up on having finished modding my Wii U. I'm like so excited to do Wii stuff again in the Wii Renaissance in the big 2026. Doing well, I'm doing good. I'm doing really good. I guess like I just mentioned offhandedly, I was talking about this earlier, but yesterday I went through the process of modding my Wii U, and I finally managed to successfully get that going. It was kind of stressful. I had a modded Wii when I was growing up, but my dad did that for me. I never had to like mod it myself. So it was kind of nerve-wracking, but I got it working. I haven't gotten to like play it properly yet, because the reason that I modded my Wii U is because I wanted to get servers for Mario Kart Wii. I wanted to be able to play that, since apparently it's the most active it's been since the like Wii servers went down. I don't even know how long ago that is. It must be approaching a decade, if not that long ago, right? And so, as it turns out, you need like a really old format of encoding your Wi-Fi for the Wii to like use the signal with its software, or you need Ethernet, and the Wii U only supports Ethernet from like a specific chipset on the USB dongle. So I can't use the one that I used with my Switch, so I had to order a new Ethernet dongle, but that should be coming tomorrow. So hopefully starting tomorrow I can actually try out modded Mario Kart Wii, which will be really, really fun. I've been wanting to get into the newer modded stuff for a little while, and I just hadn't gotten around to it. You know, I feel like just in general, I've felt like going in and modding my Wii, or well, my Wii U, I suppose, for years, and I just never got around to it until now. So I'm excited to play around with it more. Never mod my console, I'm too dumb. I also feel that way most of the time. This is the first time I've ever tried doing it myself. And I'm not like a PC person either. Like, I'm not like bad with tech, but when it comes to building tech stuff, like I didn't build my own PC, for example. My dad built my PC for me. I'm a freeloader. So, like, I feel like I've always shied away from the more technical stuff. But it also wasn't that complicated, you know? I think that I would imagine it's a lot more complicated to mod a console that's still, like, very actively in use, like the Switch, for example. I think the Switch is probably not so easy to mod, although I do know some people that have modded Switches. But, like, the Wii or the Wii U, they've been, like, out of service for so long that there's not very much, like, in your way. Like, you can actually just straight up look up a YouTube tutorial and they'll walk you through step by step everything that you need to do. And it's not actually that complicated. Okay, I'm not gonna have enough walls to fill this in all the way, which means that I might have to make this kind of ugly by switching midway, because I can't get more dynasty wood unless a traveling merchant were to come by. And what are the odds of that? Not very good. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I've just been in, like, the Wii game mood for a while. I'm very ready for some nostalgia hit. So I'm excited for that. I need to look into getting more games for it as well, since I feel like there's so many old games that I would love to play that I just don't have anymore. I'm living for the day that I get to do like a VTuber collab involving the Wii. Like, let me do like a Wii Play collab or something ridiculous like that. One of the old Mario parties, bring back something. Or like even Wii Party, dude. Wii Party was a banger. Like, there are so many banger like party games on the Wii. I feel like they don't make them like they used to. Maybe that's just nostalgia, but I still like the old Mario Party better than the newer one. I feel like the dedicated Wii games were like actually good games, whereas like, I don't know, who plays Switch Sports? Like, who owns Switch Sports, bro? Or stuff like that. I feel like when it was the Wii, it was like that was their whole market cap, was they were building games from scratch that were filling like a perfect niche in the market that nobody else was tapped into. Whereas like with the Switch, a lot of the time, anything gimmicky feels more like an afterthought than like a reason they made the console. Modding game I want to play on PC? Console modding? Yeah, I mean, emulators are a lot easier on PC, but I don't know, like some of them just don't feel as good to me. Like I've tried, I think I can only mostly speak on Nintendo because I haven't really, well, I guess for modding games, like obviously there's all sorts of other stuff I've modded before. Like Minecraft is very easy to do mods. Terraria is pretty easy. I had some Rocket League stuff back in the day. Like there's lots of different games that I've probably modded that I'm not immediately thinking of. In terms of like emulating stuff and like doing modding through that, I think that for the DS it worked pretty well. For most stuff, I was pretty content with emulating for DS. But like with the Wii, I don't know. I've tried Dolphin, it just never hit the same for me. It just never felt quite as good as actually playing on the like real console. And I have my Wii U anyway, like I use it all the time. Which is why I was kind of scared that I would brick it, but I don't think I would have been that sad in a universe where I irreversibly bricked it, since I just don't have that many games that I like super care about on there. It's fun every once in a while, but like I could have lived with the universe where I did brick it. This is so ugly the way that I've got this arena going. Let's do stone now, I guess, since I can make a lot of walls. Oh, my arena looks so good, dude. It's so gorgeous. Been emulating the past year and it's been great. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know. In some ways, I think that nostalgia is like a big factor for my enjoyment of like playing old games. And that's where a lot of the appeal of emulating is, I think. But also, I don't know. Like, I do legitimately think that old games tend to be like less overstimulating. It feels easier to play them at your own pace than a lot of modern games do. And I don't know if that's like just a me thing, but I do legitimately feel like older games were like a bit chiller. And it's kind of nice to revisit that at times. Yeah, I think older gaming tended to be more like explorative as well. I think that's like a good way to put it. Like it lets you mess around. It encourages you to like go around, like do different stuff. And the thing that I liked about a lot of older games, I think, is that it feels more explorative, but it doesn't necessarily feel like an out and out open world game. You know what I mean? Like a lot of the time, I think full-blown open world games, they're like too explorative to me. I almost never end up feeling like checking things out to the full extent of what is available to me. And as a result, there's like a little bit of FOMO of like, oh, well, what if there's like a bunch of important stuff that I was supposed to go deeper for, but I didn't feel like doing? And then I just feel bad. But like, older games, I feel like there's lots of little things to look around and check out, but you don't feel so pressured to like really take it all in and go everywhere, you know? You kind of just get the benefit of however you feel like playing. It really was like a lot more at your own pace, I feel like a lot of older games comparatively. Nowadays, I feel like there's kind of a split path of games that are designed to take you forever and have you explore like 1 trillion things, or games that are like optimized to go pretty quickly. Like, for example, I like a lot of old Pokemon games, and I still like the newer ones too. But with the old Pokemon games, you know, I don't love level grinding, so a lot of the time I'll like cheat in rare candy or something, so I don't have to do that all the time. But the game can be like a pretty like slow experience if you want to go around, catch a bunch of different stuff, train normally. Like, you know, you can spend a while with it if you want to. Modern Pokemon games, you can finish that in like, I don't know, 15 hours, maybe, something like that. Which is not, like, nothing at all. But it's certainly, like... Especially when you think about the fact that they made it open world, and at the same time, it feels like there's less to explore. I never played Legends ZA, but that's kind of the vibe I got from it, too, you know? Like, the whole point is to go around and explore the city, but also, like, it's just the one city area, and that's, like, the entire game. Whereas like before, I feel like a lot of older games, there's a layer of... I feel like different areas feel more distinct. Like when you're exploring, you really feel like you're exploring, but it also doesn't inherently feel like there's a huge pressure on you to explore everything. How much you played? First Kingdom Hearts game, years later, you see how small the worlds are, but the scale still makes it feel large. I never, like, really played Kingdom Hearts. I played, like, a teeny bit at my cousin's place because he had it, but I never, like, personally experienced the story. But I could definitely imagine that. I think that it seemed... Like, it has, like, a very grand vibe to it without being, like... From what I would imagine, like, super long. I think a lot of older games just had that in general. It's like they would create a world that felt big, but they would also just do that by doing a lot with every area. Like, all the different areas, they feel distinct, they feel impactful in their own way, they feel, like, very separate. But they're not, like... You know, you can explore all of every area without going and, like, having to walk for 10 minutes through nothing to reach, like, a chest that will give you an item that probably doesn't matter. And then you walk for another 5 minutes to find the next thing. And, you know, a lot of open world gameplay feels like there's a few places where you'll, like, explore well off the beaten path and find something really good, and a lot of places where you'll explore well off the beaten path and find something that you will probably never ever use in your entire playthrough. Also, can I make walls out of ice, I guess? Am I gonna turn my home biome into a snow biome by putting ice walls? I don't think so. Especially not if I'm making ice bricks, okay. It should be fine. Random elixir you're never gonna use. Exactly, exactly. Just find, like, the most specific items that... They probably have some niche use case, but it really does feel like they were just kind of added to, like, puff out the game more without having to make it too bloated. Because the other thing, too, is, like, it's very easy to overly bloat your game with having too many options for items to use, like weapons and, like, attacks to try, different classes. You can, in fact, do too much, you know? I think if you're choosing a class at the start and you can, like, be expansive within each class, but you're still only ever, like, doing one at a time, I think it's fine to, like, do more. But it is absolutely possible to, like, do too much and have a lot of stuff. I think it matters more to have, like, a bunch of, like, small, more niche interactions and stuff. If you're in, like, a roguelike or something where you're going to be repeating the same gameplay loop a lot of times, and therefore you want to create variety by having those, like, little interactions that don't come up all the time. That chance to use, like, a lesser item that's really good in, like, one scenario. But a lot of the time, I feel like story games will kind of throw at, like, a bunch of niche items at you that you never truly feel like you have that strong of a reason to use them. And it sort of creates a feeling of, like, why am I exploring extra if this is the kind of stuff I'm finding anyway? But also, I would feel really bad if there was actually something hype and I miss it. ZA, you'll be in the city area. There's places like underground waterways, top the roofs that make it feel larger. For sure. I think that initially, I saw ZA through the lens of like YouTube reviewers being very critical of the game. And I think it makes sense. Like, the game does look and feel kind of underdone for how much you're paying to get it. But then again, I also feel like all of my friends, and I mean literally every single friend that I know bought the game, seemed to enjoy it. Like, reception on that front seemed very good to me. And so I was kind of like, huh, you know, maybe not so bad. Iridescent brick, ash block, and stone. I don't really have a reason to do that, do I? Fallen star block? There's so many variants of stone in this game that I didn't know about. Interesting. Surely sandstone brick I can make walls out of, yeah. Just trying to make walls out of everything that I can. Been getting better about not hoarding art items and actually finding uses for them. Same! I feel like I am, generally speaking, such an item hoarder where I'll like pick up everything and use none of it. I feel like nowadays I do still like hold on to a lot of items that I might not use, but it's also more so just like a, oh, in case I find out I needed that later. Like, generally speaking, I don't like worry about it anymore, which is nice. It's peaceful. All right, we now have the ugliest wall complex ever on this portion of my arena that used an insane amount of blocks, like truly so much more than I would have thought. But it might make the next time I attempt a boss fight easier, so hopefully. I guess I'll torch this up while I'm going so it's not too dark. ZA is a good game when you have people shitting on you. I feel like a lot of Pokemon games nowadays are like that. People forget that like I think part of the Pokemon experience for me inherently is like nostalgia, comfort, consistency. It's like an explorativeness where you have the stuff that you're used to. It's a little bit formulaic, but you also get to throw in new characters, new story, new Pokemon, you know, new mechanics. But the backbone's the same, right? And then I'll see people being like, oh, Pokemon is so lazy, you know, look at Digimon. Digimon, the story is insane. The cutscenes are crazy. And it's like, to me, I'm sure Digimon is really good too. You might even be able to objectively call it like a better game from a reviewer standpoint or something. I wouldn't be surprised. But it's like comparing apples to oranges, you know what I mean? They're both fruit, but they're also not the same thing. And they're not going to appeal necessarily to the same people for the same reasons. And it's not wrong to want to play the one that's a little bit trashier. You know what I mean? Like, it's fine to like a game that's a 7 out of 10, but it's a 7 out of 10 that you've enjoyed for a long time. Not every piece of media has to be a 10. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I have the same kind of feeling towards it as, I guess, lesser so now than before, but like a few years ago, I watched like a boatload of rom-com anime. Like, I've seen way too much rom-com anime, if I'm being honest. And there are some shows in the mix of that a lot of people would think of as like not good particularly. Maybe they give it like a 6 or a 7, and I'd give it like a 7 or 8, maybe even a 9 if I like particularly liked it. And I can recognize that it's not groundbreaking in any way, but I enjoyed it. Like, I had a good emotional connection to the characters, to the world, to the experience, right? And it doesn't, you know, not every show has to be a One Piece. Not every show has to be, you know, like a knockout killer, you know, huge amount of content. You know, it's okay to have stuff that's more normal. If anything, I think that having games and shows and other forms of media that we consume as like a lighter, less judgmental experience is very grounding, and it helps appreciate bigger stuff more. You know what I mean? In a lot of ways, I feel like a lot of the appeal actually of a medium like VTubing, for example, that I super love for obvious reasons, is the fact that, you know, at the heart of the marketing strategy of some of the people that are more or less like commercial musicians nowadays by modern standards is somebody who just likes to stream and listen to like niche online interest, like variants of J-pop and stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's not like so try hard all the time, but then you get to see like a big project come out and it's really special because it's like a standout different thing, you know? When you see a musician who is just a musician, right? I think, you know, you can really appreciate their work, but in the downtime of like when they're not releasing actively, it's a lot harder to really appreciate when that like release does come out, because they don't like do much outside of make music and then perform it. Like that's kind of the whole experience. And so the music has to be like hella good. Oh, I'm kind of throwing. I'm taking a lot of damage. I think we're almost phase 2 here for Spaz. We are, in fact, phase 2 here for Spaz. Is there ever a universe I'm gonna manage to get a heal with the nurse? Oh, I'm dying. Yep. I tried to greet a heal, and then I realized that I did not ever have time for that. This feels doable, though. If I was dodging better, I would have been fine. Can I get another attempt in this night? That's probably stupid to try and rush. But I will make another spawner and give it another try. I'm gonna have to grind more potions off stream. I've burned through like almost all of my potion reserve. Surely next try. Why didn't you dodge? Because I'm bad. Because I suck at the game. I haven't played it too long. I feel like I have such a weird, like, ego relationship with games, because I love playing hard games and I really, really like being good at games. Like, it's because when I was younger, I was very antisocial in person. I had like 3 friends and only 2 of them were particularly close. And even in high school, again, I had like 2 friends. And most of my socializing was online. And in that kind of group, I feel like a lot of the social hierarchy was about who was the best at games. And I was always not bad at games, but my friends were better than me at games. They were, I think, a little bit more tapped into how to properly practice a game and get good at it from a younger age. And I think maybe they also just more intuitively were good at the kind of games that we were grinding a lot. And so I would constantly feel like so inferior for being unable to keep up with my friend group at games. And as a result, I feel like even now, when there is like zero social pressure for me to play games at a higher difficulty and try to be good, I always have this like nagging instinct to like do self-imposed difficulty rules and, you know, practice like the hardest difficulty and go for stuff. And, you know, truthfully, it's like, it's kind of fun to actually not give even like half a damn and just throw yourself into a boss fight and just flail around until it works, right? Or something like that, you know what I mean? It can be pretty fun to not care so much, not play so seriously. And at the same time, there's always like a little feeling in the back of my head like, why are you losing? Stop. I really like getting better at games too. I think that being able to have that moment where everything comes together and, you know, maybe it's like in a rhythm game, you full combo something really hard, or in a fighting game, like you hit a really nasty combo on somebody in a match to like close out the game. You know, maybe you like chain something into like spiking them off the stage or something, you know, like you do something really flashy, you get a clip. Or, you know, playing a game on like a hardcore rule set and getting past like a really difficult boss, or even not a hardcore thing, you know, maybe it's like a Souls-like game, or you're just playing something at its highest difficulty. You know, I have this for like Souls-likes or like roguelikes and stuff like that, where I enjoy playing like really hard difficulty, and you finally get that run where everything just comes together, you're focused, it's like a perfect storm. That kind of like dopamine hit, yes, the dopamine hit, the adrenaline hit that comes through when you're doing something really hard in a game is so satisfying. It's so great. It's one of the most exhilarating feelings. But also, I think that the unspoken side of that is how frustrating and demoralizing it can be when you have like a long dry spell of just really struggling to pick it up. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think that it's a really good and important thing to struggle at stuff in your personal life that you care about, and to overcome that and experience getting good at stuff. I feel like that's what it's all about. The problem is sometimes I think with games, because I have this like quirk of my own self-image, my own self-view, that I'm supposed to be somebody who is good at games, and, you know, I need to achieve whatever difficult thing. I think that as a consequence of this like self-image like quirk, I will spend more time than I want to on getting good at that game, and it doesn't feel aligned with my values. Like, I want to be using that struggle on something that is more long-term of interest to me, like something related to music or editing, or like something more artistic. I think is probably a better generic way to put a valuation on that kind of sentiment. But instead, you know, what was supposed to be me hopping on rhythm game for 30 minutes to listen to some music I like turned into me hopping on rhythm game for hours because I really want to get this damn score and I should be able to get it, but I keep choking it. Or, you know, me hopping on Elden Ring and having like a little playthrough for fun, except now here I am like spamming Millennia over and over because I really want to win it. Oh my god, damage. Oh, I am really low. I'm probably gonna die. I have 10 seconds to a heal. Maybe I'll be okay. Oh. Oh, I'm so dead. How am I alive? I'm gonna burn to death. Yep. No, my... Getting better at drawing. Yeah, I feel like drawing is also one that I would like to get better at drawing, but I also don't enjoy the artistic process of like practicing and learning it as much as I enjoy like other artistic stuff, so I kind of just never actually get around to it. Like conceptually, being good at drawing is really cool to me. But practically, I don't like grinding drawing. But I think that it's like a very respectable, like, noble thing to grind. I think it's very cool, you know, like, being in the VTuber community and, like, making a lot of friends. I think the kinds of people you see who are fans of VTubers are really cool in that they tend to be a little bit more, like, normal in terms of lifestyle, but they have, like, one or two niche hobbies that they're really tapped into a lot of the time that's really sick. But when you, like, become friends with, like, the actual VTubers themselves, everybody is so multi-talented. It's so insane. Like, I feel like when you speak to a VTuber, there's a good chance they're good at some combination of, like, singing, voice acting, creative writing, songwriting, like, translative writing, video editing in terms of, like, YouTube video style, like shorts and stuff, or like regular video essays, video editing for, like, music video, like motion graphics stuff, audio editing for usually music, like drawing in terms of, like, just key illustration stuff, drawing for live 2D stuff, you know, potentially rigging live 2D stuff, programming. Like, the amount of creative skills in this giant umbrella is so vast. And yet you meet a VTuber and they probably are pretty sufficient at least 5 of those every time, which is so insane to me. And it's like, even if you get really good at a few of them, I'll always have somebody that I can look at in my personal life where it's like, damn, you know, it's so cool that they can do, like, almost all of these other skills that I have, and they're really good at drawing, for example. That's, like, always the big one for me. Or, like, motion graphics, too. But I feel like motion graphics would be more learnable for me. You know, I can, like, do editing for video and audio, like, decently enough already. I can, like, sort of visualize what I want a music video to look like and storyboard it a little bit. But drawing has always been the thing where, like, I can conceptualize it, but even when I practice a bit, I can really never, like, put pen to paper and get back what I was imagining. Like, I have so much respect for people that are really good at drawing, and it's not, like, the only skill that they have. So you really want to get better with the creative process of things to expand my horizons? 100%. I think it is so inspiring, truthfully. It's so cool. Like, I think that one of the most fascinating, like, fun and interesting aspects of becoming a VTuber for me was learning the creative process of project management. Like, literally just coming up with a larger vision of a creative idea, figuring out, like, demos for all the little aspects, what parts of it you can, like, make all on your own, which is sometimes everything, but also sort of knowing enough to create a direction and then finding people that can, like, carry out your vision and, like, put a little bit of their own sort of experience and expertise behind it. Because that's, like, a lot of the most interesting stuff is when you get to work with, like, a bunch of different people and everybody brings a little bit of their own life story into the project, but ultimately it's still, like, the direction is prematurely decided and it makes everything very cohesive. I think that sort of just being a part of a team like that is so sick, and being at, like, the forefront of directing it is a whole different level of rewarding, to me anyway. I feel like you have a little bit of a duty to allow everybody to bring their best, and, you know, especially if you're bringing other people on, it really just makes you want to, like, put your everything into a project. And as a result, I feel like a lot of the time you come out the other side with something that you wouldn't have otherwise thought you would be able to do, which is really great. Oh! Oh, that's bad, that's bad. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. Oh my god. So many lasers! Wait, I'm already almost dead. What the heck? Eek! Dude, like, what am I supposed to do? There's so many lasers! I can't take them out fast enough. I'm actually just cooked. Oh my god, bro. How did I, like, have an attempt where I didn't just get exploded? I feel like you just can't kill them fast enough. Like, how do I really might just have to grind for that pirate staff. Because otherwise, like, I legitimately don't feel like I do enough damage. I don't feel like I can damage them fast enough. Yeah, for the creative stuff, I mean, it really is a dream in a lot of ways. And of course, what I say is very idealistic. Not every project goes well. Sometimes things fall through. Sometimes things don't fall through. They just don't come out the way you imagine. And I've never once made any noteworthy amount of money on anything that I've made, but I have spent a lot of money. You know, I hope that one day in the near-ish future I can break even on stuff. That would be a dream for me. But you know, at the end of the day, I think that a lot of the time things that we think of as dreams that are like very out of reach are just goals that have more steps than you can quantify easily, right? When we think of a goal, a lot of the time we tend to pick simple, measurable things, whereas something like a large-scale project is such a process that you can't fully anticipate how you're gonna, like, know when it's ready. Like, even when you're done a project, by every measure, you're still kind of thinking, like, is there anything I want to change last minute? You know, is there anything that I want to tweak? Is it ready? You know what I mean? Like, it's not like you cross a number and it's over or something. You know, it's a lot more abstract, but I think that those kind of goals are kind of the best because they really teach you to just start. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to sit there worrying about, like, what step 100 is going to be, because it's impossible to know until you're at step, like, 90 at least. Like, you might as well just go to step 1. Like, start thinking about what kind of project you're going to do. Then a couple steps later, maybe you're creating some very basic demos and every little, like, facet of it. You know, maybe it's drawing up sketches for, like, what the art could be like, creating, like, a little sample melody for, like, in my case, when I'm doing a song, you know, I'm not good at producing, but maybe I'll make a little, like, demo on, like, FL Studio where I have, like, maybe I want the drums like this, or maybe I want, like, a synth melody that goes like this or whatever, or maybe it's just writing a vocal melody and not worrying about that kind of stuff. You know, maybe you're, like, getting a head start on, like, writing certain aspects of it, or even sometimes before you've, like, figured out the process, it could just be as simple as, like, recently I've been consuming this person's art and I really want to work with them, or I really want to make something similar to this, and you're just looking for other people that you can work with potentially. And then once you find that there is an opportunity like that, you start to think more about, like, the specific details of, like, all right, well, what's something I could actually design that I would feel good about contacting with, that would be fun to to potentially go through and make. That's the kind of thing that you get to experience when you decide to make and run a project, and it can create some really special moments. It's really fun. I love making stuff. Anyway, I think I'm probably gonna be more or less done for tonight. I think that I need more scaling before I can get much further. I'm like nearly out of a lot of resources, so I'll probably do the grindier stuff off stream sometime. Pick up Terraria again in another like week or 2 or 3 or never. We'll see. We'll see how much I feel like grinding. I want to briefly announce once again, if anybody hasn't seen yet, very cool little silhouette here. Ooh, art by question mark. Very curious, very mysterious. If you happen to be free on Valentine's weekend, I have a very cool stream on Saturday with some surprises. It's actually clickbait. I said surprise, but there's multiple. There's cool stuff coming on Saturday, and then also Sunday will be further celebrating, doing a special little karaoke. But yeah, I agree. Making stuff is very like fulfilling, just to like look back. Which is why I'm making some cool stuff, and I'm making you come on Valentine's Day to come and see it, maybe, possibly. But also, of course, community night on Friday. We're gonna do some board games. I'm feeling more like word games. I wanted to see if Boggle has anywhere I could play it online. Just because I remember Somefish was talking about it in the Discord. I don't think I've ever actually played Boggle, but conceptually, it's like, I don't know, it's a word game that I feel like I definitely should have played. I'd probably like it. Maybe we'll do Scrabble. Maybe we'll do Letter Jam. I don't know. We can bust out some stuff. We'll see what the vibe is on Friday. But, yeah. Of course, no pressure if anybody, ends up being busy on the weekend. I know, like, everybody is going to be doing stuff for Valentine's Day, including maybe you. If you guys have game like that, respect. But if you happen to be available, perhaps I have some very cool stuff that I would love to share with you. So, please look forward to it. And of course, there's always VODs if not. But yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day or evening. And I will hopefully see you on Friday for some board games, and or especially hopefully see you on Saturday for some very cool stuff that's very secret. Okay, take care everybody. Good night. Bye bye.